The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Following three spectacular European events, the 2023 Grand Chess Tour returned to American soil for its penultimate leg, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. The final Rapid and Blitz event left players with one more opportunity to showcase their skills in the faster time controls, this time in the capital of chess in the U.S. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's hands were on fire as the Frenchman scorched the field on his way to sole first going into the final day. However, after a flurry of lead changes and several clutch performances, it came down to the final round, with Fabiano Caruana holding a draw against the former World Blitz champion that secured the win. After a sterling win at the Superbet Chess Classic to start off the season, Caruana hopes to end it as Grand Chess Tour champion. Going into the final event, he sits in pole position, but still has one more challenge ahead as the entire tour field reunites to battle it out one last time at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis for the epic conclusion to the 2023 Grand Chess Tour.
Welcome to round one of the Sinquefield Cup, the conclusion of the Grand Chess Tour. It's the last tournament of the tour, and everything is on the line. The history will be made. Let's go to the studio and start the tournament.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the Sinquefield Cup, the last stop on this year's Grand Chess Tour. And it starts right now. Hello and welcome, and this is it, the Sinquefield Cup, the fifth and final stop on the Grand Chess Tour. It will be where fates and futures are determined. Sounds dramatic? That's because it is. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be alongside and commenting all the action. Young Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Jovi, nice to have you back in studio. And also, Peter, nice to have you with us in studio.
Wonderful to be here.
What do you think of the new place?
It's so fancy.
Isn't it great?
It's good.
Oh, it does. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the Sinquefield Cup, the granddaddy of them all, as we like to say, the final event on the Grand Chess Tour. And we will be crowning champions of the Sinquefield Cup, as well as the Grand Chess Tour, but one man has taken the mystery out of who's going to be the winner this year, Jovi. I mean, it has been a spectacular year for Fabiano.
It certainly has. Now, he might have taken away the mystery, but the drama and the action and the suspense, it's still there. Because Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, he did win the 2023 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Right.
And this not only netted him $40,000 to the good, but also 13 Grand Chess Tour points. And those 13 points means that there, Fabiano Caruana, with 33 points, has an almost unassailable lead over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Now, barring a massive collapse, it does look like Fabiano Caruana will be Grand Chess Tour champion, but plenty to play for, especially the top three placings.
Absolutely, no. Big fights ahead for that for sure, but tell us about the roster of players for this Sinquefield Cup.
Oh, it's good, yes.
It is good.
And there you can see headlining the event.
Who's who?
Is none other than Alireza Firouzja with a massive rating of 27.96. Fabiano Caruana in second place. Nepomniachtchi, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda. I mean, the list just goes on to Leinier Dominguez there in 10th place.
Levon will be replacing world champion Leinier, who couldn't join us. Welcome, welcome, Levon. And tell us about the format for the Sinquefield Cup?
It's very good as well. You know, it's very distinguished, very classical 10-player round robin.
Nice.
The players will be playing 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. Then there will be 30 minutes for the rest of the game. And of course, the players do get that 30-second increment or time bonus, as I like to call it, from move 1. And the best part, no draw offers allowed for these chaps, but it is a standard point scoring system.
Fighting chess throughout. Tell us about the schedule.
Yes, and the players will be playing one round, one game per day. Take a note, they will be playing through Thanksgiving and also Black Friday.
Right.
But there will be a rest day on Sunday, November 26th, and of course the final day is on November the 30th, and there will be a day set aside for playoffs if necessary.
Thank you, Jovi and Peter. You got to break down the Sinquefield Cup for us and tell us about previous winners and what just a great event it is overall.
It is, yeah, the absolute premier classical tournament of the world. And before we dive in this year's edition, let's take a look at the history of who won this tournament, starting from 2013. And in 2013, a certain Magnus Carlsen wins it for the first time when it's held. In 2014, a historic event happened in which Fabiano Caruana, as you see on your screen there, won 7 games in a row at some point and absolutely blew the clear of the field with that streak. In 2015, Levon Aronian wins. In 2016, we see a first occurrence of a player winning the Sinquefield Cup and also the GCT with it, but there will be more of that coming later. In 2017, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins his first of 2 Sinquefield Cups, the only player to win 2 outright. In 2018, we see a massive tie at the top with Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian being joined by Magnus Carlsen after he won a very, very protracted battle against Hikaru Nakamura. In 2019, Ding Liren, who sadly is missing this year, has won both the Sinquefield Cup and the GCT. No tournament in 2020 due to COVID. In 2021, we see a return victory for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a stellar performance from him. And last year, as most viewers probably remember, Alireza Firouzja came to St. Louis and won absolutely everything, starting from the Rapid and Blitz and then the Sinquefield Cup, and with those 2 victories, the GCT as well. And on that note, it is my pleasure to introduce one more member of our commentary team, woman Grandmaster Nastasya Karlovich. Good morning, Nastya.
Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Yasser and Jovi. It's really nice to be back for Sinquefield Cup. I will be here not far away from the playing hall, conducting interviews with players, and I will be also taking care of our social media accounts. So please don't forget to follow Grand Chess Tour and St. Louis Chess Club accounts. So let's take a look, for example, what was happening yesterday. We had the technical meeting in the St. Louis, in the Hall of Fame, and during the meeting we didn't have drawing of lots procedure because we knew the pairings quite long ago, but you can see the technical director Tony Rich and then Chris Bird, who reminded players about the regulations of the tournament. And after the technical meeting we had also this nice dinner. You can see players chatting with each other. We had really nice and friendly atmosphere. You can see also Rex Sinquefield himself at the table. It was funny that Wesley had to sit just in front of his today's competitor Alireza Firouzja. It's a very important game for both of them since they're both fighting for the spot in the candidates tournament and they're competing whose rating will be higher at certain points. So it was a really lovely evening yesterday. Only Richie Rapport was missed because he was still traveling to St. Louis from Budva. 25 hours he had to spend trying to reach the destination, and I saw him today in the morning. He's here, everything is fine. All players should be in the playing venue right now, and it's time to get back to the studio and see the action.
Thank you, Anastasia. I know from personal experience that jet lag can be so brutal. My sympathies for Richard go out. But Jovi, do the honors. Tell our audience what they can expect for the pairings for this round 1.
I can tell you a lot of juicy matchups already from round 1. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 2021 GCT champion, who are facing off against Levon Aronian, and Dominguez playing off against his countrymate Caruana. Wildcards and Richard Rapport, who just came off that 24-hour journey, plays against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now for Anish Giri, this tournament is especially important because he is the top of the FIDE circuit leaderboard, and he will be looking to maintain his standing there with a good performance here. He plays Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and then this is another huge matchup that Anastasia also alluded to. Wesley playing against Alireza Firouzja. These two are fighting it out for that rating spot for the 2024 candidates.
Wonderful. And there you see Richard kind of a little tired there, leaning on the elbow. I know that lean very well. And as you pointed out, there's no draw offers. Maybe he would want to make a draw offer and go to bed, but no. But there he is, the man of the hour, Fabiano, just having an absolutely spectacular year. We're going to do our best to bring to you some very intriguing stats. One, I just throw this right out at you. Leinier Dominguez has played in a number of Sinquefield Cups, and ready for this? Undefeated. Never lost a game in the Sinquefield Cup is one Leinier Dominguez. Impressive.
I wish I had that statistic.
Exactly. Put that right there. And there you see Wesley and Firouzja getting ready to do battle. Jovi, these players are going to be fighting hard for almost the next 2 weeks. What are they fighting for?
They are fighting for this, and wait for a second while as I pick up my jaw off the ground. I mean, take a look at that $100,000 first prize, as well as 12 or 13 Grand Chess Tour points. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000, and all the way down to 10th place, $10,500. Not bad
at all.
Chess tournament.
There is for the Grand Chess Tour, there is a pool of money for the players who finish first, second, and third. So those Grand Chess Tour points, very important. MVL in second place in the Grand Chess Tour point. He's looking to score as many as possible. As we see Chris Bird getting ready for final announcements before we start day one, and they are underway. And as we get ready for the start, let's go to our tournament leader, our Grand Chess Tour leader, and Fabiano. As again, we saw him up against Leinier Dominguez, and these two. It looks like a Sicilian on board. That's very interesting. Fabi's main defense has been E5. And an indication that we're having an open Sicilian is he's in a combative mood.
He is certainly in a fighting mood, but these two also have worked together.
Yes.
I mean, Leinier Dominguez was his second. Perhaps they've worked out that some openings are untouchable.
Right. The first impressions, Peter, a little bit of a surprise for you. It is for me.
Fabio is not a world-renowned Najdorf player, I would say, and Leinier is actually a very established, very dangerous opponent against the Najdorf. He's had a number of very heavily theoretical battles against MVL in particular, including some games in St. Louis, entering very topical, complicated, sharp lines. So it is an interesting choice against Leinier specifically, but I think something that you've alluded to, guys, may be in play here, because having worked together for a number of years, you perhaps feel that you should be playing something that you haven't looked at together.
Right.
And this might be one of those cases. As far as what to expect, Leinier generally, I think, plays Bishop e3 here. He is very well known as a person who continues, flying the flag of the old English attack lines and understands them and knows them extremely well. But he probably did not expect the Najdorf today. I would say it wasn't maybe the top of the list of things to expect from Fabi. So this perhaps explains the pause, because many of the Leinier games against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave would feature them blitzing out 22.
Exactly.
And then thinking of move 23 3 minutes into the round.
Right.
So he's already spent about a minute here, which by his standards against the Najdorf on move 6, he normally doesn't hesitate. So he's trying to figure out what Fabi is expecting of him, and perhaps where to deviate.
Yeah.
Wonderful for that.
Interesting. And we've been presented with some
We did get
facts.
F3, by the way. F2, F3. Projections,
okay. Yes, some very interesting facts actually
what
by
do you
our
have for us?
statistician Ben Underwood. And it says Dominguez has only ever opened E4 with
Full
the white
stop.
pieces at the Sinquefield Cup. But that makes sense because he is mainly an E4 player.
Right.
Caruana has played against an E4 opening just 12 times as black in the Sinquefield. And guess what? And once again, I'm very envious of this stat. Just lost one game.
Once with black.
Just
That's
once out of 12. That's pretty impressive.
That's very, very, very impressive. Wow.
And,
I'm reeling.
yeah, and when it comes to their matchup history, there's been 2 wins for Dominguez, 16 draws, and 4 wins for Fabiano Caruana.
Wow, thank you for that. By the way, F2, F3. Why F3 and not Bishop E3? Is there some nuance?
There's a very specific reason for that, because
Please.
Bishop E3 allows knight G4. In simple terms,
Right.
you would want to play F3 basically next move against most black's replies.
Right.
But the main difference is Bishop E3 allows knight G4, and then you can either retreat to C1 and kind of rethink your options after black normally also returns to F6, or you can enter the variation starting from here with the bishop running all the way to G3,
Exactly.
which provokes H6 and G5, which is a weakening of the black kingside structure. But we've spent a lot of time moving the same piece around, so this is a starting position with a lot of theory. Whereas F3 allows Queen B6, that's the major difference. The one way not to allow white to play Bishop E3 here is the move Queen B6, which used to be quite topical. I think Garry Kasparov at some point played quite a lot of Queen B6 positions here. But these days I think people tend to ignore it, and we're already seeing Fabi go for the absolute main line. So now this is just a transposition into the Bishop E3 lines that we alluded to. This is just back to absolutely mainline theory.
Thank you, Peter, for that. And then we're at that point in our round. We don't want it to go too late as we make our predictions as to who's going to win the tournament, because you get a winning position, you might go with the guy who wins the first round, right?
Yeah.
The player. But Jovi, you're the lady in the studio. Your picks, who's going to win the 2023 Sinquefield Cup?
Yeah, well, my favorite was actually Fabiano Caruana, but someone has already said that they were going to take him, so I'm going to take
I don't know, you can
Anish
share.
Giri.
Anish Giri.
Yeah, he's very motivated.
He is.
And I've just been very impressed by the way that he's been playing so far. I mean, things haven't entirely gone his way, but I don't know. I believe in him.
Okay, Anish. I'm going to go with a 2-time champion, MVL. I think he was that close to winning the Rapid and Blitz. What he needed to do to win the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz was to win his final game against Fabi. Well, guess what? He had the black pieces. He outplayed Fabi. He got to a position where he was, in fact, winning. He made a wrong move. He put his rook in such a way that his rook got trapped. Fabi snatched a draw from a losing position. MVL was that close to winning, and I think he's ready to once again do a hat trick, win his 3rd cup. Your pick, Peter.
Before I announce my pick, I wanted to actually expand on that story a little bit, because on air we didn't really understand what happened there, and then I spoke to MVL yesterday, and he explained, maybe even the day before yesterday, he explained to me what happened. He made that move which basically blundered the exchange.
Right.
And threw away the win. And he took it back. We saw it on screen that the rook went back. And then he put it on E2 anyway, accepted the draw and the loss of the tournament win. And we were kind of wondering why he didn't put it on a different square. Mm-hmm. And he told me that he realized he felt he dropped the piece. He felt he lost control with the piece, so he could no longer make a different move. So, as often, gentlemanly code of conduct, he basically called a foul on himself.
Exactly.
Without involving the arbiters, and put it back on E2. So, a very, very good show of sportsmanship there by MVL in a very important game.
Right.
So that story was somewhat missed when we were covering the last round of the Rapid and Blitz. As for my pick, I'm going to, sunk cost fallacy. I'm going to go. I'm going to continue picking Jan. I think Jan is a very, very good player. Obviously, having played the last 2 World Championship matches, he was at some point a very serious contender in the Rapid and Blitz.
Right.
Before having a bit of a nightmare on the final day. But I feel like classical actually suits him quite well these days. He's extremely well prepared. Mm-hmm. He's quite motivated. Wants to kind of set the record straight. So I think Jan will be my pick again.
And I'm being told that Firouzja, who's been working so nicely behind the scenes in studio, he's picking Fabi as well. He had prepared for Fabi's year. We're going to have a graphic for you on it. Just an absolutely stunning 2023. Fabi had 2018 when he became the challenger for the World Championship, but this 2023 is extraordinary.
It's something special as well. And,
in fact, let's just take a look at what he's done. I mean, because Jovi, I mean, look at this.
I mean, and this is also just some of the Grand Chess Tour. You know, Romania, first place, 100,000 on a classical event.
Right.
Grand Chess Tour, Croatia, fourth place. World Cup, third place. That is the way that he's qualified to the 2024 candidates.
Exactly.
US champion as well.
And it was a signature event for Fabi. I mean, the US Championship, it was very clear who was first.
And I was just going to say, you know, barring Hikaru Nakamura defeating him at critical moments, he would also have been Norway chess champion as well as in the Grand Swiss as well. But, you know, he was racing into the lead, playing a fantastic chess. So on the verge of some spectacular brilliance there.
Absolutely. By the way, just now that while you were talking, Peter, and you were telling us about Nepo's kind of subpar performance on day 2 of the Blitz, I forgot to add that in day 2 of the Blitz, also MVL had a subpar performance because prior to that, he was leading by 2 points. We thought, it would take an epic collapse for him not to win first place.
And, we also heard a bunch of player interviews after the day 1 of Blitz, which all of our players in the studio talking to Anastasia were saying, no, we're only fighting for second here. First is done and dusted. MVL will never let go of this lead. And then 2 rounds into the second day, he was caught up by 2 people. So it was quite a stunning reversal. He's had honestly a bit of a nightmare on that day.
Because we've been talking, chit-chatting back and forth, we're going to get Anastasia's pick as well as to who she thinks is going to win the tournament. Just update us with the Leinier Fabi game, because quite a number of moves have been made since E5.
The big decision came, the first big decision of the game came here on move 9, where Fabi played h7, h5, which is something that, if you go back to Miguel Najdorf himself, perhaps, or some of the earlier classics of the Najdorf, if you, I don't know, take Garry Kasparov, and the way Najdorf has been played up until maybe the mid-90s, I would say, this would have been somewhat unthinkable, because you're still expecting to castle kingside, and you are moving a pawn in front of your king, making it arguably much easier for white to open that king side up eventually. But these days, it's universally understood that stopping g2, g4 for quite a long while, because playing h3 doesn't threaten g4 anyway and also allows h4, completely blocking the structure. So what we're doing by playing h5 is we're stopping the very normal way of playing for white here, which would be to play g4, play h4, play g5, drive away the knight from the f6 square, which is a very important square controlling the square on d5. But yes, we will have to pay attention to not getting mated eventually on the king side, because h5 is not a very useful move in many positions. And to this, Leinier replied with knight d5, knight takes d5. This is also an interesting little subplot, because I think these days people have been mainly going for these positions. Although, with the inclusion of queen d2 and bishop e7, that means that black will not be able to play the plan with, there is a, can I actually? Let's see if I can work this out. Yeah, I think I can. When the bishop is still in the starting position, there is often a plan of playing g7, g6 and trying to trade this bishop on e3 via the h6 square. Having already played bishop e7, perhaps you're less incentivized to enter these structures. So knight d5, e d5, bishop f5, bishop e2, and an interesting move a6, a5 here, which nods towards white very often wanting to play knight b3, a5 themselves. This is a kind of an idea that often is quite advantageous for white, because white's play, now that we are sort of giving up on giving mate on the king side, will be involving a rapid expansion on the queen side. And starting with knight a5 is very often a useful kind of a jumping off point for white to start launching their pawns up the board. So a5, getting rid of that square for the white knight. Now it really can only go backwards for the time being. A4, played by Leinier, also understandably stopping a5, a4. And now black spends 2 tempi provoking g2, g3.
Wow.
It's
That's
very strange
confusing.
stuff, right? Because, I was brought up on classical chess and, I see already black is breaking a few rules, conceding the squares and, again,
Right.
provoking some weaknesses. King safety is an issue, but, it's a very dynamic position, I guess, is modern-day chess.
That's the best way of putting it. H5 with A5. Where's black's king where's Fabi gonna put his king now that you've...
It probably still goes kingside, surprisingly, because I don't think white is going to castle queenside. With the bishop on f5 alive, very often, if you want to castle queenside, you will have to play bishop d3. And honestly, apart from understanding how important it is to stop g4, I think people at some point realize that the fact that you played h5 doesn't actually mean you will immediately get mated if you castle kingside.
Right.
So eventually it will be on g8 anyway. The question is whether Fabi does it quickly or he waits for white to commit to something immediately.
And by the way, I was wondering about white's knight on b3 and where it might go. One of the squares I was thinking, Peter, it really belongs on is the c3 square. So you've got to kind of vacate e2, and right away we see the move bishop e2 to b5 check. Peter, are we still in theory?
Judging by the speed of Fabi's play, I would say very likely, at least
Right.
Fabi's theory specifically.
Right.
I can give you the answer to that one,
Please.
Yasser. And it is still in theory.
Bishop b5
Yeah,
check is
bishop
still in
b5
theory.
is still okay. And here...
Bishop d7 came very quickly, by the way.
It did, and here White has played 2 games with queen going to e2. Queen has stepped 1 square forward to
Queen
d3.
e2 twice.
Even castle's kingside has been played.
For white, castle's kingside. That's very logical looking move as well. Huh. Okay, well, thank you for that. We've got 5 games in progress, and Fabi certainly deserves our attention because, again, his career has just been so outstanding. Where would you like to take us, Peter?
Let's start from the top because there's a very sharp position on the board in a game between 2 old friends, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing white against Levon Aronian, which started off as a pretty standard Ragozin. Ragozin is a major opening these days in top-level tournaments. Most players these days who play the d4, d5, and also the Nimzo group of openings will have included Ragozin at some point in their repertoire.
For sure.
Bishop g5 is the reply by MVL, h6, bishop h4, a very fighting line, and here black can do a number of things, including what Levon has done, which is just take on c4 and say, I am now a pawn up, what are you going to do about it?
Do something.
Yeah, in particular with the inclusion of h6 and bishop h4, it means that if we do it here, this is just a classic Vienna,
Right.
And white will be able to take on f6 and take on c4 in case of h6. If we start with h6 first and then we take on c4, if you play e4 here, you are sacrificing a lot of material. And it's often these days playable to do these things, and you see people do these types of sacrifices more and more. But here it feels like maybe we are giving up a little bit too much, which is why MVL just went a3. A3, bishop takes e3 and b takes e3. For the time being, just saying I'm not going to bother trying to win this pawn back. The threat, I guess, is e2, e4, although you still have to worry about g5. But the idea is either to play e3 or to play e4. For the time being, black plays c5. E3 is the choice by MVL, I think, which is very easily understood, because if you want to be very ambitious, I think you run into queen a5. And queen takes e3 is a massive threat. This doesn't really look very attractive. So e3, and here Levon played queen d5.
That's the most ambitious move in the position by far, Peter.
It certainly is, but one of my favorite sayings is that the secret ambition of a gambiter is to win back the pawn. So immediately
Clear.
I'm looking at queen a4 check,
Right.
win back the c4 pawn,
Right.
breathe that sigh of relief, and
Bishop d7, queen.
Bishop d7, queen c4.
So
and then
you
I
win
assume-
back the
Yeah.
pawn, but you win back the pawn, but you force the trade of queens?
yeah, but I have the bishop pair, and isn't that something these days that grandmasters highly prize?
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. And as usual, the engine suggests that many things in life are pretty much around equal, and it says even playing something like this with the idea of following it up with knight a5. This bishop very often will be going to c6 eventually. Is not that bad. There is also the suggestion of maybe even starting with cd4 and knight c6, then the knight could go
Bishop
to
c6.
the d7, sorry, bishop 6, with the intention now to develop this knight on d7, and this is also, although this it kind of stopped liking because of knight e5. So very interesting, but white could also continue playing in gambit style. And here on your
Jovi,
screen-
we have the head-to-head.
Yeah, you can see that
Wow.
in their classical 7 wins, 7 losses.
These players are close.
31 draws.
Close to one another.
I mean, nothing can separate these two at all. And what is interesting, though, is that Maxime, I've traditionally associated him as an e4 player, opening up with the king's pawn, and now we see him try d4. And also, an interesting stat I have here is Aronian's only first round loss was against Hikaru Nakamura in 2013. That's 10 years ago.
The very first tournament. It was a quadrangular, and the idea was we were taking the two top Americans, who in those days were Hikaru Nakamura and Gata Kamsky, and we were combining them against the two top players of the world outside of the United States, and they were Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. And in that event, in the Sinquefield Cup, Magnus signed the contract to play in Chennai. We have some very nice historical photos of Magnus signing the FIDE contract here in St. Louis. So it's funny what you were just saying about Maxime playing e4. Levon, most of his career been playing d4. Now, Levon has secretly been aspiring to learn how to play e4 openings. Now you have the e4 player, Maxime, secretly conspiring to learn how to play d4 openings. And break this down for us once again. Queen a4 check. Okay, I mean, in fact, I don't see another move, Peter. If I don't play queen a4 check, bishop takes f6, I don't find particularly compelling. How am I going to get that pawn back?
I think the way to think about it is the ideal setup, if we're not playing queen a4 check, would involve, in some order, us playing
Knight
the knight to
d2.
d2, and then this bishop will get to e2, and then eventually to f3.
Right.
Drawing arrows is going to be tricky for today. I will eventually get the hang of it, hopefully.
Gotcha.
So if we are to continue in the gambit vein, we are probably starting with either knight d2 or bishop e2. The engine currently prefers bishop e2, actually, seems to be suggesting it's a very playable move. Because the pawn on c4, as long as black cannot comfortably play b7, b5, it continues being vulnerable to our attacks. So for us to just finish development and eventually start attacking the pawn on c4 is quite sensible. But we're being told that queen d5 is a novelty, and then it's very understandable that MVL is taking a longish pause here for the first time in the game because he needs to get his bearings. He knows he can win the pawn back right away, but that probably simplifies the game and also will not be a surprise for Levon. So he is, I think, currently weighing up just how risky he feels not trying to win it back immediately is for him.
Thank you, Peter. In the game between Richie Rapport and Jan, I see we've got, again, one of these Russian defenses, the Petrov defense. Jan plays it incredibly good. I mean, it seems like he's got a vest of armor on when he plays the Russian. And Peter, break this game down for us. The openings thus far.
This is Jan has not pioneered because it has become popular prior to him playing it in the World Championship and afterwards as well. But he is very much
a bishop d6.
The bishop d6 player. And after castles c4 and c6, Richie goes for sort of the old favorite. And this actually brings me back to something that we discussed in our opening segment, where we know that he's traveled for 25 hours to get here, and we mentioned that he probably wouldn't mind a draw today, frankly, just to get some sleep.
Right.
But it's unavailable due to no draw offers allowed.
Right.
This line, though, I think affords him one of the better chances of actually forcing a draw, because I think we're still actually following my game against Alexander Grishuk.
The candidate.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's not the candidate. It was in the European Club Cup. where I think I started with g4 here, which is honestly a bit of a mistake. And after a6, I was honestly a bit lucky that after rook b7, bishop takes g4, h takes g4, and queen c8, white has this rook b6. Because the rook is hanging, this kind of a temporary piece sacrifice here with bishop g4 is extremely strong. We cannot not take on g4.
Exactly.
This bishop needs to be removed off the board. And now the rook is hanging, and the pawn on g4 is hanging with at least a perpetual. And if you go, let's say, all the way down, you are probably going to lose this game, because after king h1, for instance, black can do the usual thing of bringing the queen on h3 and playing knight g4. And the threats of bishop h2, as you can see, the engine already is suggesting the game is gone.
Right.
But very luckily for white, you can play rook b6, and after queen g4, king h1, the fact that the bishop is hanging forces black to give this perpetual. Right. So this is already an option for Ricci. And if you don't do that, if you play bishop g5, I think there was a game in one of the tournaments earlier this year where it was probably in the Grand Chess, in a global chess league, if I'm not mistaken, where Jan very, very confidently held this endgame against Vichy Anand. This endgame was supposed to be somewhat dangerous, but Jan, I think, started thinking about move 33. So he knows,
an indication.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing here, and so Ricci, I think, very consciously has gone for a line where his losing chances are pretty much zip. Right. White is more or less never going to lose any of these positions, but he has options of going for what amounts to a very, very small winning chance, but basically just a position that will be simplified and equalized by his opponent.
I have it in my mind that in the candidates tournament in Madrid, essentially Ricci had to make a repetition in the game, and he went on a suicide march, and he essentially just gave a full point to Jan, and Jan went on to become the challenger. Magnus, as we know, stepped down, and it was Jan versus Ding. But Ricci
he's learned his lesson,
got ambitious.
Right? You get
exactly
once.
the wrong moment. What was that? What was that game where Ricci? It was.
I remember exactly what you're talking about, but I wouldn't be able to recall the position.
But it was
exactly.
from a Russian defense as well.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And a6 already played by Jan, so Jan quite clearly, I think they have this kind of a mutual understanding that this is what we're entering, and yes, maybe Ricci has a small idea how to improve on Vichy's play, maybe ask a question somewhere, but I think here there is a kind of a meeting of minds, because Jan, round one, he didn't really finish the Rapid and Blitz that well, and black against a strong player, I think you're never that unhappy with defending solidly and sort of getting the tournament off a normal start.
Exactly.
But
yeah, and for Ricci as well, I think it's an acceptable result today.
Right, I can see for Ricci it is an acceptable result. You know, he's come off a 25-hour journey. He's played in the European Team Championships. There we can see him on the camera. But for Jan, he came third in the Rapid and Blitz.
Right.
Surely he wants to set the tone for this event and perhaps ask more questions from Richard by choosing perhaps a more aggressive opening.
Well, they are following that line where you get into a bishops of opposite color, an extra pawn, maybe not the most meaningful, but as you were saying, a two-result game, Peter?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think if black doesn't know exactly what to aim for, you could even be in trouble. And if we are permitted a little bit of a deep dive here,
sure.
I think specifically because of how supposedly tricky this endgame was, there was at some point a school of thought which said starting with b6 is better.
B6,
because if white does the same thing, it is of course very much preferable for black to have the structure on the queen side, on the squares where they cannot be attacked by the bishop on d3. And this is just completely equal. Like, there's no way this can be ever be better for white. But as I said, Jan has just basically worked out how to make a draw in this position. So yes, if you're imprecise, yes, if you perhaps just allow white to stabilize, in particular if you imagine this pawn from c3 getting all the way to c5, fixing the weakness on b7, without losing anything in the center. You could very much imagine this going sideways for black, but Jan just knows.
Yeah.
What's their head-to-head, Jovi?
Well, it seems, take a look at this bar. It's not quite 7 losses, 31 draws, but it is 1 win, 1 loss apiece, and 10 draws between the pair of them.
Nothing separated them in a dozen games, as Richie at the board. 2 more games to take a look at as we go around our table.
One thing I just wanted to mention
please.
that we should highlight, there is one big trap on the board that White has to take care of, the rook on d5, because as Pete is highlighting,
It's undefended.
it is undefended and loose pieces do drop off.
Absolutely. And before we leave this game and probably return to it once it's concluded,
Right.
I just want to say there's also a bit of an additional needle there, because Richard was famously Ding Liren's second in the World Championship match. And this always, changes your relationship with the player a little bit when he is the one helping your opponent in one of the most important events of your life. So there's been some interesting interview quotes since that match. I'm not trying to, imply they're enemies or something, but there's some additional needle going on there.
I remember I was the second to Viktor Korchnoi in his World Championship matches, a World Championship match, against Karpov. And then after that match, I had played against Anatoly Karpov, and I used some Viktor Korchnoi analysis against Anatoly and won. And it was like Victor was really happy with me, because it was sort of like, you revealed our work. But you got the result as well, so that was very, very good. Sometimes you reveal what you've pre-prepped. You know exactly what I'm talking about, because you, of course, were Vladimir Kramnik's.
My record is not as stellar as yours. But,
mine's not that great. But
I have seconded some people in my life.
Yeah. Nice. Let's go to your pick, if you don't mind. We'll go to Anish versus Duda. And by the way, one of the players that I was unsure of. I was going to pick Duda if not for MVL. I really thought that MVL played a great rapid and blitz, and he's due. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has had a very nice 2023 as well, and he's very fierce and very ambitious.
Very, very ambitious. He has a nickname, Polish Warrior, and it's not for nothing. He goes into every game wanting to win. But, he has chosen the Berlin defense.
Hasn't everybody at this point in their career? Suddenly Vladimir Kramnik has started a trend, and everybody got on the same fashion. And this, of course, is the Berlin ending. These days, rook e1 and, bishop takes c6 to dodge the ending. But when they do get into the ending, I don't know, Peter. The ending certainly, to my mind, has not brought much success to the white players.
Not recently, no. And I want to say this is a kind of a sign of maybe not exactly the times, but we're no longer playing the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, because in the entirety of that event, which was 90 games of Blitz and also 45 games of Rapid, we had 0 pure Berlins, I think.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure we had quite a lot of anti-Berlins, but we had, I think, 0 pure Berlins. And here we are in round 1 of the Sinquefield Cup, and the queens are off the board, and we are...
Welcome to classical chess.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, very, very happy to see this old friend
Bishop
on our
f4,
screens.
a5, a4, this looks a bit unconventional to my eyes. I mean, everybody's been playing h5, h4, and bishop e7, and a5, a4. What's this wrinkle all about, Peter?
I am not sure. I feel like, I can't...
Peter, you're my top agent in these matters.
I understand. I can't really bow out here and say I have no idea about any of these positions, because I was hired to have an idea about these positions. But in as far as these things go, the Berlin is very, very clearly top of the list of things I profess to have no knowledge about. Okay. Gaining space on the queen side is always a good idea, but I don't think I've seen... I'm sure a5 has been played, but a5 followed by a4 immediately is very new to me. I'm not entirely sure what this entails. Jan-Krzysztof also is not playing this quickly, which is a bit surprising, because, having chosen the Berlin, he must have paid at least some attention to the possibility of Anish sort of picking up the gauntlet and actually going for the endgame. And a5, a4 would imply to me that he is sort of driving the action. He is the one choosing the position that they're playing, but Anish is also ahead on the clock. So all of this is a tiny bit confusing to me. Bishop f4, we're being told by VAR, is rare. Black replies with h6. h6 is always a very useful move because you often want to put this bishop on e6 and then not having to worry about knight g5 is useful. Also with the bishop on f4, there will be some positions where g7, g5 is not completely pointless. It's a very committal move. You also, obviously, the moment you play g5,
the knight gets jumped.
Yeah, this becomes the issue. But for now, a good waiting move, and you have to wonder what White is intending to do here.
Yeah,
Weigh in, Jovi. What's
yeah,
going on?
I was going to say, because isn't White's plan generally to expand on the king side?
Exactly. Use your majority.
Exactly.
You want to play g4 and get it going. But Black just rolls with the punches and says, okay, you got g4, so what? What's next?
Yeah, and the big question also for White is, do you take some action on the queen side as well? I mean, or do you let that a pawn go one square further to a3?
Because I'd probably play a3 myself, just to
would
stop
do that. Exactly.
the weakening over there. On the other hand, well, Peter, is
I'm not convinced.
A3 a useful move?
I'm not convinced because first of all, we have to sort of go to the beginning. The pawn landed on a4 here,
right?
And Anish has already not played a3 once, so I think he is perfectly okay with the. Let's say he went bishop f4.
Allowing.
Yeah. So I think this change of structure doesn't bother him all that much because this could be a problem if, let's say, sometime in the future we end up with an endgame where Black's light square survives. White also probably plays c2, c4, and then the second rank and perhaps some diagonal entrances become available and the pawn on a2 could become a target. But that's a very, very far-fetched, maybe not far-fetched, but it's some way into the future from now.
50 ply.
Yeah, and we, for the time being, we're developing pieces, we're preparing to launch something in the center and on the king side, which is where White normally would play. And also an additional layer to this is, I don't know if a2, a3 is that good structurally, because it also freezes our queen side very much, because we probably will end up either with this structure or, let's say, I don't know, let's make some moves just to make the legal moves on the board.
Sure.
Eventually, we might even have to play c2, c3, because the pawn on c2 often gets hit, let's say, by the bishop arriving on f5. And yes, that stops the advance, but it also absolutely hamstrings our potential ideas on the queen side. Yes, queen side is not where we're supposed to play, but preserving some flexibility, I think, is the name of the game here. So I wouldn't touch the a pawn for now. I would feel that Black really isn't threatening a3 strongly enough for us to care about it deeply.
It's good to know. You have to fight the instincts, right, to blockade that pawn. I wasn't sure.
Throw them up the board, g4, move your knight, go f4, go f5, put your majority to work. And finally, our fifth and final game of the round, we're going to jump to the game between Wesley So and Alireza. Alireza, the defending Grand Chess Tour champion, as you said, Peter, he came to St. Louis a year ago. He came, he saw, he conquered, he took all the marbles and he went home as a champion. It was the most fantastic 2 weeks of his life. He's not going to repeat this year, but we know that he's in a fight to try to get into the candidates again. Talk about these two players.
Well, as we've already established, it's a very important battle between them because they appear to be in very direct contention for the one rating spot available. Alireza currently with a massive advantage, and seemingly, I briefly checked it because honestly it defied belief. So Jovanka was absolutely correct in telling me that it's just one rating list, and I flat out refused to believe her. Because in years gone by, whenever there was a rating spot on offer, it would be over a period of time.
A formula.
Yeah, let's say a full calendar year or perhaps less, but never one list. But apparently it's just a January list. And they will not play classical chess after the Sinquefield Cup. So what happens here defines perhaps the future of that rating spot. And as you can see on your screen, there's a 25-point difference, which will be very, very difficult to make up in one tournament. But if you were to make up that difference in one tournament, you begin by beating your direct opposition, because it's plus 5 points for you and minus 5 points for your opponent.
And this is the rating watch that we're discussing, Joe.
Yeah, and there you can see that, yeah, okay, it's 27.77 on our screens, but on this screen, we see that Alireza Firouzja has dropped down to 27.62 on the live ratings. And Anish Giri moved up to 27.54, and Wesley is there on 27.52.
And of course, to remind everybody that in a game that Wesley and Firouzja are playing, essentially if Wesley were to win, he would gain 5 rating points. Firouzja would lose 5 rating points, so it would be a 10-point swing.
Equal footing, instantly equal footing on 27.57-ish. Right. So yeah, this becomes an even more critical game, and yeah, I'm sure Wesley is aware of all of that and is taking this very, very seriously. As for the opening, you can see the kind of a very normal Queen's Gambit decline type position. Once again, it's too early to call this a Queen's Gambit decline because it can transpose to all kinds of things. We have seen Bishop before here played in the MBL Aronian game, and that's Zaragoza. And here we get the semi-tarash by Alireza. And after c takes d5, perhaps a slight surprise from Wesley, because c takes d4, these days, the position that they discuss seemingly ad nauseum is queen takes d4, e takes d5, e4. And in this position, both knight e6, and specifically this position has been discussed incessantly by the very, very top players over the last, I don't know, 5 years, let's say. But
with Wesley playing the black side a lot of those games
It just is kind of known to be a drawing line and a way to kind of kill the attacking opportunities after d4.
And instead of that, Wesley goes knight takes d4 and move 6, knight takes d5 and bishop d2, which frankly doesn't really look like it should refute the opening strategy of the black player. But it's a way to perhaps make Alireza play over the board. And Alireza chooses bishop c5 here, which is a playable move, but other squares were absolutely available for that bishop. Knight b3, bishop b6, Wesley goes g3. And here you get the first inkling of what kind of a game he is trying to achieve here. And with Alireza basically being quite compliant, we will see it on the board. Castles bishop g2, knight c6, castles, and here Alireza takes on c3. And what we have on our screens here is a position where it hasn't been a Catalan, but it looks very, Catalan in spirit. White has a very, very nice bishop on g2, dominating the long diagonal. And black has a bishop on c8, which has not very much to do right this moment. And this is why I'm actually kind of gratified by seeing the first line. I was very, very interested in the idea of playing e6, e5 straight away.
Okay.
We want to lengthen this diagonal. It looks like a pawn sacrifice because bishop takes e6 followed by bishop takes e5 is available, but with the h3 square available for the bishop on c8, as you can see, the engine avoids the queen trade for now, and then we'll play bishop h3, and it instantly claims that there is perfectly good enough compensation for the pawn. That would argue maybe that white could be interested in getting the queens off the board first, but then after rook e8, the pawn gets one back. Since the f2 pawn is pinned, you cannot play f4, you have to drop the bishop back. Black will take on e2, and with a pair of bishops, yes, the pawn c6 is a bit vulnerable, but with the pair of bishops, you pretty much never lose this position.
Agreed. And apparently, after the move e5, it's a theoretical battle. 4 games have been tried. I wouldn't be that eager to capture the pawn in this case, but Peter, if we were to continue the ending with, middle game, rook c1 here.
Do you want to take on d8 here, or?
Guess not. Let's say just...
After rook c1, honestly, with black, I'd be very tempted to keep the queens on.
Just to keep the queens on.
Keep the queens on. The bishop probably comes out via g4, which is why I see on my screen that the engine very often just goes e3, seemingly unprovoked, just to make sure that the bishop doesn't end on g4 with such power. But then we go bishop e6. We probably want to play f7, f6 at some point, put one rook on d8, one rook on c8. I don't really see why we are supposed to be worse here with black, to be entirely honest. Okay. So after e5, which by the way has been played while we were discussing all of this, Wesley needs to be very concrete, and it feels like in the next 5 moves we will have a conclusive evidence whether white is better or not.
Yeah, I feel like Wesley actually has to start making some aggressive moves here, actually. You know, I'm trying to visualize the future and seeing that maybe the knight could jump to c5, or maybe the a-pawn could start lifting up the board and asking questions.
Right.
Then
for me, the knight on b3 isn't
it's
earning
not
its
great.
game. Yeah, I want to put the knight on c4. I want to put the knight on d5. I love the Catalan bishop, but at the same time, this move e7, e5 also reinforces the d4 square for black. So, so I'm thinking e2, e3. You know, I love rooks on open files, so rook a1 to c1 was, you know, second nature for me. e2, e3. If I'm going to play e2, e3, by the way, it does occur to me that I have opened up the possibility of queen h5. So we do have a line there where maybe you do play bishop e6, and I do question whether or not you want to play the move f7, f6 after queen h5. It's weird. We'll definitely keep an eye on this one as we're getting...
And
wow.
suddenly I
it
just
was like
fast
a
forward
zip and
to the future, because I just
Richie Rapport versus Jan, and
yeah, that one went
that went really fast to rook and bishop versus rook.
This
What happened?
No, but this is heavily reminiscent of the Anand Nepomniachtchi game from Dubai. I have a feeling they might even still be following it, but maybe not. Maybe there was some kind of a little quirk which deviated from that game. But that also is exactly how that game went. White collected the entire queen side, but in response, black gets this extremely active rook on d2. The pawns on a4 and c4 are disjointed and weakened and will be attacked. There's also a very important motif of trying to play bishop c5, pinning white to the protection of the f2 pawn. White is currently 2 pawns up, and the engine is giving straight zeros.
0, 0,
Not even 0.10. Just says completely equal. Yeah,
you got
Zilch.
nothing.
Nada.
Yeah, you got nothing whatsoever. And a good thing for black is after, let's say, c5, bishop takes c5 and rook e2, and this actually makes sense from the white point, because at least solving the issue of
the second rank,
this hanging is useful.
Yeah.
I have a sneaking suspicion even this is just
where you put the bishop
dead
back
level.
on
Once we've played bishop a3, because with the normal structure on the king side, people sometimes win these endgames. Famously, Jonathan Spielman beat Sergei Rublevsky in the final round of the '94 Moscow Olympiad in a match which decided the bronze medals. But with the pawn on f2 tied to its spot, yes, you can move everything one square forward, but then once again, this one will be stuck. And eventually, once you move your king to the other side, I will pick it up, and then even if the a-pawn costs me a bishop, by that point I will develop so much counterplay on the other side of the board that it's just, I think, completely drawn.
Yeah.
Peter, I'm sorry, I just have to say, you're terrifying me here with your discussion of this position, because I feel that this might have been an ending, and probably is an ending, that Jan has prepared for, and he knows that it's triple zeros.
130-23.
How deep is the preparation of the top grandmasters today? Have you ever done anything like this where you went all the way into an ending, to a rook ending, let's say?
Once or twice, yes.
From opening to ending.
In specifically very, very forcing variations, you occasionally get lines where it's conceivable to get to move 30, even 35, as you see c5 on your screen. I wonder if Jan will take on e2, because I have a feeling it's a very comfortable draw. But keeping the rooks on is also a draw, because the rook will be very active, and white has all of these weaknesses on the king side. But I think the easiest way here is just to take
But
on e2.
I mean, in reality,
Trophy.
though, I mean, this doesn't happen in 90% of the games.
Of course
I mean,
not.
this is just elite
No,
level
that's
chess.
what I'm saying. It's terrifying
Yeah,
when you
but
do get these moments.
And I think a lot of people do get put off by that, but no, trust me, there will be mistakes made. People
Fisher
will
random.
misremember their
Fisher
theory.
random.
And rook e2, and okay, the rooks do leave the board, and we are expecting Nepomniachtchi to play bishop a3 and blockade the a-pawn. That's a very important thing to note. But okay, whilst this one,
Yes.
players are pedaling furiously to that draw, let's move to another game, to Dominguez against Caruana, because that one is nowhere close to a draw. The players have done one of my favorite things. They've castled on opposite sides of the board, And to my eyes, this position is wild.
Great. We left it at bishop b5 check, bishop f5, back to d7, queen e2. There was a number of moves, including castle short, but queen e2 makes perfect sense. I was kind of like beating the table that the knight on b3 needed a better pastures. Queen e2 vacates the d2 square, castles, knight d2, bishop b5, queen b5. All of these moves look very logical, I would say.
And am I reading right?
What?
That Fabiano has barely used any time on the clock?
On the contrary, he's gained time on the clock. He started with 90 minutes, that is 1 hour 30. So he's gained 3 minutes.
I didn't pay attention to that little fact.
And it's his opponent, Leinier, who has actually used all the time between the two of them. 30 minutes to play king b1, knight a6. And finally, Fabi's having his first stop. No.
Nope.
He very quickly retreated his queen to d8, defending the pawn on d6. Jump in, Peter. Are we still on sacred, hallowed ground, theoretically speaking?
Fabi clearly knows what he's doing. I'm pretty sure this is not...
And
the
you
draw
can see
as agreed.
a draw between...
No draw
Richard
offers,
No.
conspiring to steer the game into equal channels, Richie makes an easy draw. Sorry, please continue, Peter.
Yeah, I don't have access to databases on this particular screen, but I'd be shocked if this was still following anything. But these are logical moves, and I think Fabi clearly knows what he's doing, whereas for Leinier, he's down 30 minutes. It's actually even more, because they get half a minute for increment, and they made 22 moves. So he spent 40, actually.
To get here.
He spent 40 to get here, against Fabi, who basically spent some time walking, I would say. Knight a6 apparently is a novelty. So even up to here, all the way up to king b1, this is still known. So it's known to Fabi, but perhaps not as much to Leinier. Although Leinier, I think, has been known to, even in positions he knows intimately well, to spend some time double-checking, triple-checking, making sure he is not forgetting or misremembering things.
Exactly.
As for the objective value of this position, at first, my engine loved it for white and thought you play f4, you play rook h1, you create pressure against the black center. But now the evaluation is dropping into manageable levels. F4, it suggests playing knight c5. Important to note that the b7 pawn is hanging, but I think in most cases, you have apparently already lost in this position, because after f5, followed by knight c5, followed by rook b8, things start just completely collapsing. You really only want to take this pawn if it wins you the game, because opening files like this in front of your king just for one pawn is not great.
No.
So f4, it goes knight c5 here. In this position, perhaps it's slightly less suicidal to take, but it still hates it, because after rook b4, black develops a lot of play on the queen side once again. So the engine after knight c5 goes rook h1. And in this position, it eventually realized black can go for this structure change. After which, I think it's pretty clear that if you give black some more time to stabilize, black will be better, because there's now protected passer in the center.
Sure.
The engine, to my somewhat, this is my shocked face, it actually goes g3, g4 here, hg and h3.
Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense now it's on the board. But
yeah, but maybe not your first instinct.
No.
But it does make perfect sense, because white needs to be extremely fast here. If you give black time to play rook c8, I don't know, queen f6, double on the c file, you're always going to be picking black. So this appears playable, and this also, I think, gives us a kind of a sneak peek as to what Fabi is intending. Knight c5 is going to be pretty much always his next move, because this is a gorgeous
knight
on e4, which dominates the entire position, needs to be traded.
Could Leinier go for opening lines immediately? Like, for instance, well, no, not that one. I wanted to go h4 first, and then g4.
Next comes to
It doesn't feel fast enough, right? Because you also have tactical issues, because if you play g3, g4 here, you aren't actually winning it back.
Yeah, your knight
That's
is...
true.
And yes, you can play for some kind of compensation, just drop back to e2 and claim that you've opened up some files on the king side. And it loses to knight takes a4. But even, let's say, if we look at this position, look, this is actually
not mate.
This is completely playable. Yeah. So in spirit, This is a very understandable and maybe a good decision, but move by move, my general feeling is it's going to not be quick enough.
Yeah, and well, a lot of these problems like hinged on white trading or allowing the trade of knights.
Right.
I mean, could we be seeing something like, for instance, you prepare g4, and then when the knight comes to c5 and says trade, you say, oh, no, thank you very much. I will head back.
Okay, so you're thinking
I'm
queen e2, knight c5, knight c3 is an indication.
Knight c3, you know, move the knight back to c3, let the knight do some defensive work for a change.
Unfortunately, this starts very quickly, actually.
That's annoying.
This play, and then it goes to
Rook b6
and then
b4.
it goes to b4, and then the queen comes out via b6.
Get that scoundrel away from the position. No, you can't allow that. No, absolutely.
Shockingly, black is a lot closer to launching something quite serious on the queen side than it looks. It looks like all of these pieces are just about managing to hold white at bay, but in fact, you give black a couple of tempi here, and you might be feeling quite unsafe.
As we know, I'll take credit where credit is due. I am a bit of a pawn grubber. I don't like playing queen takes b7 for those obvious reasons. Rook d3, knight c5, knight c5, rook c5, rook queen b7. In this case, because I have rook d3 to b3 as a useful intermezzo.
Choose a square?
Choose a square, a6.
It has to be a6 because a7 is a draw offer, so we're not really considering it as a winning attempt. Yeah. Seems like this is very, very decent for black.
And whilst this is a decent position for black, we are going to go over to Anastasia, who is there with a guest.
Yeah, I have here Jan Nepomniachtchi with me. Welcome, Jan. We haven't seen you for all these days. How did it go for you? First of all, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz event. You were fighting till the very end.
Yeah, I wasn't doing great. I mean, yeah, I have nothing to proud of Rapid and Blitz. I think even despite this, like horrendous start in Rapid, I had all the chances to, you know, to win it all in Blitz. But yeah, also I got like, I think I was a little bit too careless in the first day, like losing last 2 games without a good reason to do so. So yeah, I ended up like sharing first place, yeah, but of course I'm disappointed. Yeah, so also I was a little bit, I felt a little bit unwell, maybe some cold. The second day of Blitz, so yeah, now I'm trying to recover.
Yeah, what do you think was the crucial moment when you lost your chances to fight for the victory in the tournament? Which game was, let's say, the most important for you?
Well, I think it was very close till the very end, yeah, but yeah, clearly I think losing to Firouzja, who played awfully that day, but he only played a good game against me. And yeah, also I think it was like a direct encounter with Fabiano, so I was a little bit lucky to win the first game, but yeah, the second game, yeah, I think I played poorly, and yeah. It was a little bit too late, and I saw that actually he's also fighting for some places. I thought it's like 2-horse race, as they say, yeah, like me and Maxime, but then okay, I saw like some other guys are also like taking part. Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're already started the Sinquefield Cup. Time flies, and today you played against Richie Rapport. The interesting fact is that Richie was traveling, I think you know about it, from Budva. He didn't come also for the technical meeting yesterday. Did you try to have you thought about it, to try to take advantage of the fact that Richie just came from Budva and, let's say, maybe not in the best shape?
Well, maybe it would be some wise thing to do, but as for me, I more focused on myself. So yeah, it's still like the recovery is like, I'm midway to recovering from the cold. So I think it's
a question who was in better shape.
Yeah, I guess yeah, it's good. Of course, he could pick like a different line, like to make it more complex. But I think he pretty much repeated the game I had, the game I played against Vishan and this year in Dubai. So it was one of my few good games that event, but it was more or less all prep. So
yeah. So until which moment it was your preparation? Until the very end, or?
Well, I
You played even one move today.
To be honest, I think the Vichy at this position, I might be mistaken, but Vichy played here rook e5. And it was like rook a2, rook e5, like check, king g2, bishop b2, and yeah, also leads pretty much to the same thing, yeah, same structure. Like opposite color bishops, and yeah, we know it's not so eventful.
Yeah, I understand. So now, just last question for you. Now that the Sinquefield Cup has started, who do you think will fight for the first places in this tournament, for the top? Especially now knowing the shape of the players from St. Louis, Rapid and Blitz also. Okay, we have some new players, but so what do you think about it?
I think I will.
Good.
I'll fight.
That's a good, on this really optimistic note, let me finish this interview. All the best of luck for you, Jan.
Thank you.
And we'll go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasia. Yeah. Well, another guy in studio, Peter, also believes in Nepo's chances.
That's what we like to hear, yes.
Yes, a very optimistic note.
There we saw Jan clearly suffering from a cold as well.
Yes.
Very difficult to play chess when you're feeling unwell.
For sure. We have one result, first draw of the Sinquefield Cup, and later we're going to be talking about round one results and why they are so critical. You'd be surprised the number of decisive games, and whoever wins round one oftentimes goes on to win the event. Shock.
That was a huge shock. Quite the revelation here in the studio.
As we see Richie Rapport and Nepo. First across swords, first to make a draw. We are reaching that time of the broadcast when we do a check-in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what's on special offer. Obviously, you know we're very generous and we do allow friends and family to have 5% discounts, but you're going to be amazed what's coming up here. This year's Sinquefield Cup can keep you warm for years to come with this amazingly comfortable jacket, and it really is a comfy one. Features an embroidery 2023 Sinquefield Cup logo on the left breast, the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back of the neck, and the 2023 Grand Chess Tour logo on the right sleeve. The jacket is in stock in both men's and women's styles. Check out all your chess shopping needs at qboutiquestl.com. And for the holidays, this is unbelievable. Check this out, 20% off. Check that out for all of the stuff. How generous. Jovi,
It is very generous, and it's the perfect gift for the chess lover in your life.
Absolutely.
So go now to Q Boutique and check it out.
We'll see you on the other side of this break as coverage of the Sinquefield Cup continues.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is
Anish, welcome to St. Louis. Welcome to Grand Chess Tour. Part of your persona is actually in social media, and you have really individual and humorous tweets. And what do you think? I mean, what impact social media have on chess players' life these days? And is it something what you like to do, or you're trying to build in a way self-brand through social media?
Yeah, I no longer like tweeting for a very long time, but I've sort of built some sort of a small chess brand online, and I keep the fire burning there, and I think it's been very helpful for me. I've gotten a lot of more opportunities because of that, and a lot of fans and a lot of support. So, I'm not like Hikaru who is really going all out on streaming. I wasn't able to do that, but I still try to have some online presence. But last year I've been focusing much more on the on the classical chess, on the World Championship cycle, and it's been very exciting for me. So I hope to finish this season on a high.
Yeah, and speaking about the World Championship cycle and in general what's happening on the top, I know you always have an opinion. So can you just, let's say, speak a little bit about what's happening right now last year with Magnus, who withdrew from the cycle, with Ding, who actually been absent for a long time, with Hikaru, who still actually keeps playing quite well. So what's happening right now? What are the new trends, let's say?
No, as you mentioned, definitely very exciting times in a sense. I mean, you've got Magnus, who's sort of trying to not retire, but at the same time, he's withdrawn from certain things like the classical World Championship cycle, and also he's choosing his events in a different way than usual. And of course, the fact that Ding, after his World Championship title, he wasn't playing much. That's also something unusual. And of course, that Hikaru is at the very top after all these years, because he's been there for many years. And it's only after he sort of stopped playing professionally, as he says it, that that his reason to so this high. Although, of course, Hikaru, he had his peaks as well before. I think he won Kanzei tournament. He was 2,800 at a given moment. But still, he sort of is experiencing a second peak right now, and that's quite remarkable. And we, of course, have also a lot of youngsters that are up and coming. But it isn't as easy as you would expect. And many of the youngsters, they have risen, but then they've sort of fallen back a bit. As you could see with, let's say, Alireza, his rating, it went all the way to 2,800, then dropped a bit. And you also have play like Gukesh or Abdusatorov. They've sort of went very quickly, and Gukesh entered the top 10 even. Abdusatorov also went very high, but then at some point they weren't able to keep up the momentum, because of course it's really hard to stay at the top. So for a while they dropped the rating a little bit back, but I guess they will keep moving forward, but more in 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of style. So yeah, very exciting times, and still the players of Fabiano's generation are doing very well. Fabi himself and Wesley, occasionally Maxime slamming the door also very loudly in certain events. So I think a good time to be a chess fan, and also the World Championship cycle is looking very exciting. So I'm quite curious to see. Also, you got the online chess movement thing going. So no, definitely a special time to be a chess fan.
Where do you see yourself in this circuit?
I'm a social media influencer, doing my thing. No, I'm happy with what I'm doing. I find playing chess very rewarding and very challenging as well. And to an extent, the fact that I'm not as great as let's say Carlsen or some other players, it makes it more fun for me to try, because things don't come easy for me, and when I do have a good result, I really enjoy it thoroughly. It's when it's so hard for you to achieve, then whenever something good happens, I think the reward that you feel is also higher. I have some experience playing much weaker tournaments. Sometimes, let's say, I played the championships when the lineup was not very strong. And then there's a different kind of event because you are under a lot of pressure. You have to win. Usually you do win, but of course it doesn't feel as rewarding. So there's not much to gain. So in my chess career, it's very different because I have a lot to gain always. I am not, number one or anything like that. So there's a lot of challenges for me, and whenever I achieve something local, I'm just really, really happy.
Yeah, I think it's a really good moment to finish this interview and wish you good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the play.
Hello, and we are back with the coverage of round 1 of the Sinquefield Cup, and we are joined in the studio by a very special guest, Tony Rich, the technical director of the Grand Chess Tour. And Tony, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Jovi. It's good to be here. My first time in this studio.
We brought in the big dog for the commentary, Tony, that we needed to up our game.
The hard-hitting analysis. That's what I'm here for.
Why you're...
the pointy guy over there, Peter, I think he needs to go up, right?
Welcome, Tony. Nice to have you in studio.
It's good to be here.
Tell us about what's coming up.
Sure, I'm excited about the 2024 Grand Chess Tour season. Teaser, we will be back in all of our great countries and cities that we were in 2023 for a repeat performance.
Okay.
The Grand Chess Tour will kick off in May next year, just like it did in 2023. And we'll start our events in Poland. We'll continue on from there to Grand Chess Tour in Romania. That would be the Grand Chess Tour Classic. We continue from there to Grand Chess Tour Croatia. And then finally, we finish up in St. Louis with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and Sinquefield Cup in August. So it's a
definitely a very different time schedule. Obviously, we're in November right now, and the events have all got squeezed together.
That's right. Yeah, so we're moving back to the summertime for Sinquefield Cup. It's interesting, the Grand Chess Tour circuit being a series of tournaments, it's great whenever we can get this all in just a few months, 3, 4, 5 months, something like that. The players enjoy the fact that they can go from the first event to the last event. It's hard hitting, it's fast, they know what the standings are and they know what's at stake.
Right.
So bringing everything back to the summer I think is really great for the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, and obviously this is our tour, but there's so many other tournaments, including the club has so many events, the classics and everything else. Tony, I don't know how you guys do it, frankly. Sometimes you do too much.
We direct about 25 major events a year, and major events are ones that are FIDE-rated tournaments where norms are possible.
Right.
So this would be the 5 national championships, the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, the Cairns Cup, 4 classic tournaments a year for those very strong collegiate players and the folks breaking through to that 2,700 level. Norm tournaments for players just trying to become grandmasters. It works out to, on average, about once a month, a little more than that. We'll have 1 or 2 tournaments at the same time.
Right. Well, you guys are hosting, and then right across the street, you've got all the stuff that's happening at the World Chess Hall of Fame, from the exhibits to the music and everything. It's constant.
We're lucky to have such great partners at the Hall of Fame. You know, the exhibits over there. I came from a chess world, right? So I was the chess player and never the chess historian, the chess artist. I didn't appreciate that aspect of the game, and the Hall of Fame really has changed that for me. It shows you the cultural impact chess has made in pop culture, in commercials, in comic books even.
Right.
All the way through fine art, you know, chess and how it's used in media, chess and how it's used in commercials, in television. The Hall of Fame teaches you why you should play chess.
Exactly.
Yeah, and what was exciting schedule for 2024? Which one are you personally looking forward to seeing?
Whichever one Magnus plays, and I'll say. It's always exciting whenever we get the highest rated player competing in our events.
Right. Tony, I have to say, for me, personally speaking, when you have audience and spectators, it's so much more attractive personally. Now, I understand why we went to the model of, keeping the hall without the spectators, because as you see on screen at the World Chess Hall of Fame, the space is comfortable for the players. You add 100 spectators, it'd be a little bit packed. Don't you miss the spectators, though?
Absolutely, Yasser.
Right.
I am one of those spectators who loves to sit there and watch them play their games. I want to see the nuance of a player in the pressure they feel, or maybe the confidence that they feel.
Me too.
So I can tell you that the remodel of the chess club is underway now.
Okay.
We've been on a delay, unfortunately, for the past year or so. Construction has been halted. Absolutely. All of these hurdles should finally be coming to an end. We have a closing date set in early December, and in theory, that means we can start driving nails into the walls shortly after that. So the hope is that once construction starts, it'll take 12 months for completion.
Okay.
So in 2024, the events for the St. Louis Chess Club will be at the World Chess Hall of Fame, as you saw earlier.
Right.
But we look forward to 2025, bringing everybody back to the club.
Tony, thank you so much for being in studio. Thank you for telling us. And I can't wait to have the spectators allowed in. Again, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much for joining us.
And tell us about the results thus far, Jovi.
Well, we are just a few hours in, and we already have a result between Richard Rapport and Nepomniachtchi. The players have halved out very peacefully, but there's still action to play for. Full on fire on the board in other games, and let's go and
Peter,
have a look at some of the exciting moments.
Yeah, Peter, what caught your attention?
Let's start with our one Sicilian for the day. It's always a nice thing to have a full-blown Najdorf on the board, and this
Did
is
you
our
say
game.
full-blown Caro-Kann on the board?
Yeah, he did.
That is absolutely
Thank
what
you,
I said,
Jovi.
yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the support.
So this is a game between Leinier, Dominguez, and Fabiano Caruana, two very strong players who have also worked together, which may have influenced the choice of opening today. That's not what I wanted. And we left it here.
Yes.
And we actually got the line that we discussed quite seriously all the way up to f5 and e4, the knight trade, followed by Fabi establishing this beachhead on the e4 square. And Leinier thought for quite a bit. I'm sure he considered the move g3, g4 here, which in pretty much every single position here will be quite thematic, trying to immediately open up the black king on g8. But he started by a more conservative option. He went queen e2, attacking the pawn on h5. if black plays g6 here, I'm pretty sure now we go g4.
Exactly.
Now we go g4. But black will not play g6. In fact, the pawn on h5 is very likely to be ignored, at least for the time being. You can also remind white that there's a counterpart of it on the a4 square. If it gets protected by b3, you can continue being a bit of a nuisance here, attacking the pawn on c2. Perhaps the queen will slide over to the b6 square. And as you can see, black continues solving all of these
tactical
problems of the h5 pawn hanging tactically, even though currently my engine is saying we have now secured the queen side, we are completely fine, it's time to go in on the other side of the board, and seems to like g4, hg4, and h3 here. Black, of course, along the way will have other options. Perhaps instead of queen b6, queen c5 is stronger, actually. I don't know why I chose b6. c5 is just obviously a superior square, attacking the pawn on d5 as well, and not stopping our own breaks with b7, b5, because after g4 we could have a very comical situation where white goes g4 and black says, okay, anything you can do, I can do better.
Right.
So very, very sharp position in which Fabi is finally below the starting time.
Right.
Might actually be thinking for himself for the first time in the game. Who knows? We never know with extremely well-prepared players such as he is. But a very exciting, potentially very sharp, heavy piece ending on the middle game on the board.
As you were saying, you love the positions with the kings on opposite
I
flanks.
absolutely adore
and
them.
so you can go for it.
Exactly. So I was going to ask a question to
Please.
Peter and yourself. I mean, there you mentioned that white needed to secure the queen side. And that's just a question of approach. I mean, could white just go, let's go for it immediately? Let's not play the rook c1, because I find that that's quite a subtle move. So I like this b3 idea.
So we're not giving up on a4 here, right?
No, we don't. No.
Okay.
You're talking to two pawn grabbers here.
Fair enough.
We're never going to have
Well,
it.
what do we do about the c2 unit?
Okay, because b5 is coming. So that's actually an important idea, right? So you can't just lash out with g4.
But can we do the c4? Can we do the c4 just to? Okay, if you can go f5 and h5 to lock down the king side, let me go a4 and c4 to lock down.
I think we'll start by playing queen. Rook takes c4 is actually a threat now because we're overloading the queen on e2. So I guess you have to spend a tempo on king a2, and then let's say we go rook c7, and you want to start going in here. Yeah.
Finally, I feel secure enough on the queen side that I can go hog wild. And guess what? Anything you can do, I can do better.
It looks completely closed here.
It does.
And every time we continue past this point where we think it's going to be a boring symmetrical position, then it gets completely exploded on both flanks. The more I look at what the engine thinks is best play in these types of positions, the more excited I am for what the future might have in store for us, because it seems like it's actually extremely logical for white to go for this break.
G4.
And very often the best reply black will have is just to play b7, b5, sacrificing it in two directions even, just to get some files open on the queen side. So I think this is a very, very exciting game.
It is definitely exciting. And I just wanted one final thing. And if, I'm going to whisper this, if one does not defend the pawn on a3, if one
on
just
a4?
goes... So
are we taking or are we playing g4?
We're going to go g4. Let's go full-on aggression.
Apparently I'm already in a lot of trouble. I should have taken with the other pawn, it says.
Oh. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but now we traded the g3 pawn for the e4 pawn?
With h3,
yeah. Why disturb the balance? You know, you found a nice idea.
There's a disturbance in the force.
Exactly. You're winning my heart, Yasser, with your Star Wars references.
Well, this seems to be, as you can see on our bar here, it seems completely playable for white. And once again, the more we look at these things, the more my impression is that it's often black who has to be extremely precise, because if you take it, a little bit laissez-faire and make one inaccurate move somewhere in response to these potential breaks, the engine starts screaming that you've made a massive mistake and you're now in a lot of trouble. So Fabi will, now that, and I think with him thinking for about 10 minutes on this move, we have to assume that queen e2 perhaps wasn't on file. He will have to be very, very precise here.
Yeah, at the price of an error,
costly indeed. When we left it, MVL, my choice for the tournament, he had gotten the two bishops. He went queen a4 check. He won back the gambited pawn. As you said, you know, it's the secret of all gambiteers. They actually don't like being a pawn down. Well, he recovered his pawn. Knight c6. Peter was also mentioning there was ideas of bishop to c6 and bringing the knight to d7, but Levon had a very concrete plan, and that was to meet rook b1 with knight a5. What are you going to do with the queen? Well, there was a trade. Queen takes, knight takes. No more bishop takes f6 for you. Give me the pawn on c3. No, that is one you cannot have. c3, c4. At first, I was pretty darn sure the knight was actually going to jump into c3 just to tickle the rook and ask the rook, where would you like to go? And then maybe you would drop it back to a4. Knight e7 on the board, bishop d3. We've caught up with the players. Peter, take it away. I like what Jovi said. I got the two bishops. What's wrong?
For perhaps a move. And I think this is why knight e7. My reaction was exactly the same as yours. They got to this position and I thought the knight will go to c3, it will get kicked away, it will land on a4, which is not a bad square at all, and this is kind of very normal. It seems like black's counterplay here will be on the queen side, so why not put most of your pieces on the queen side? But knight e7 is a very, very concrete move, because we're just telling white, we are playing knight f5,
right.
The bishop on h4 needs to be secured somehow. In order for this bishop not to be traded off immediately, perhaps you needed to play bishop g3, but then black can play rook c8, or even maybe c takes d4 followed by rook c8. Both of those appear to be playable. And knight f5 will continue being something you need to pay attention to. Instead, Maxime just went bishop d3. And the engine suggests it's perfectly fine to do this, because yes, you are ruining your structure a little bit by moving the pawn from e6 to f5. You have a double pawns on the f file. But c4 is quite vulnerable here, and after castles, I would be trying to play something like rook c8, but the engine, to my honestly slight surprise, goes cd4, knight d4, b6. I would be very worried I will blunder c4, c5 here somewhere, and then my pieces will lack coordination, but I guess the point currently is that if you play it immediately, the knight doesn't really have a particularly stellar square to jump to.
Right.
And if you try preparing it with rook fc1, it suggests we can stop it by knight b7. And if you imagine, let's say we make some kind of an indifferent move, and this knight lands on c5, it's just completely fine for black, right?
After just watching Richie, Rapport, and Nepo's bishops of opposite color, this game has got nothing going for it, this ending.
And interestingly, while we were talking, Levon played rook c8,
and not
which is also
knight f5.
Which is also a completely logical move. The pawn on c4 remains the target, so why not start with this? But I thought knight f5 immediately was entirely playable.
And is it possible to ever unbalance the pawn structure? Like, for instance, I know this is... I'm committing a few cardinal sins here, but I'm just thinking ideas of d5.
With the exchange on e7.
Yeah.
I think, first of all, it will very often fail tactically to this intermezzo of d takes c4.
So
but even if it didn't, I don't think this endgame is all that great for white, because some position like this with rook h8, e8, and then c4, b5, it feels like the king on d6, the king is supposed to be a poor blocker. But in this particular position, it seems to be quite comfortable on d6. Yep. And it just looks nice for black.
While you guys have been conversing, Wesley and Alireza, it looks to my eyes that they're just about ready to make a draw.
And look at that. Our second opposite
Bishops
color.
of opposite color.
Bishops, yeah.
Yeah, and there you go, trading. More or less, Peter, without too much guesswork. It's like the players... well prepared, went from opening to endgame, and
Alireza handled this very nicely. He did have some problems to solve in the opening, but he played e6, e5 at the time where it was required. And then Wesley, having gone through Wesley's decisions after bishop takes e3, e5, it looked like once the move e5 landed on the board, he kind of assessed the situation and thought, I don't believe I'm any better here at all, so why not just sort of simplify and see if I can find some kind of a position with a very, very little practical advantage and zero risk. And
Three-time repetition has
Didn't
been
really
claimed.
achieve that.
Yeah, it has been claimed, as we saw the arbiter Chris Bird approving the claim of the two players, and we have our
Handshake.
second draw. Sorry about that. We were just watching it in real time. You were taking us back to the opening there, Peter, and you were saying with the move, as we see the players filling in their score sheets.
So two reasonably quiet draws. So far, players seem very intent on undermining the very carefully prepared stats that we have for you. We will still show them to you, but and there you have it on your screen just now.
Yeah, you can see the players have agreed to draw, and we were compiling this. Our statistician Ben Underwood was compiling the stats.
Exactly.
And came up with a rather shocking statistic. That
Well,
the most
It was really cool.
results.
So the idea was we wanted to do some stats like the sporting world and show you what happens when things, get out of control. And this was the thing that was really shocking to us, Jovi. The
Yeah.
importance of round one.
Exactly. Round one is historically the most decisive round, with a 48.8% of the games.
And I would not have guessed that.
I know. I was guessing the penultimate
Me
round when the
too,
nerves start
100%.
jangling.
Right.
And also something, 7 out of the 9 Sinquefield Cups featured winners who won their first round.
And that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I would have never
No, I
guessed
would
that
never
either.
have guessed that either.
Right? So round one is the most decisive round. So that's why we feature two draws to get us started. And MVL and Levon have won the most first rounds.
I'm about to be on
victories.
screen, Mom. Mom, I'm about to be on screen.
Why do they always
I
win
hope-
the first round, Peter?
Because they're good at chess, and I will be on screen for a different reason.
You've been victimized.
Hopefully, there I am.
Yay.
I played 3 Sinquefield Cups in my entire life, and I lost the first round in all 3 of them.
Boy, but Peter, I tell you, you were like 14 at the time. How old were you?
Still 14, I don't know what you're talking about.
You're always number one in my book. I don't care if you're tied with Wesley. You're number one in
Yes,
my book.
on that particular count.
Exactly.
I think I should take precedence, because I only played 3, and he played a bunch. So.
Nice. Is it surprising for you, in your vast tournament experience as well as my own, that you win the first round, you win the tournament?
Not really, no.
I never
always
equated it that way.
Yeah, I wouldn't be confident in predicting that such a high number of players actually went on to win, because obviously there will be cases where more than one person won the first round, and only one of them can win the tournament. But for me, I can say from personal experience, starting well is unbelievably important, and winning an early game just sets tone for the whole tournament, and
helps enormously.
Honestly, it doesn't really shock me at all. The number, like the percentage, 7 out of 9 is maybe higher than I would have guessed, but stands to reason. And like really, starting well just makes you feel so much better about the tournament going forward. That no, I think it's logical.
Yeah.
Fair. Two short draws. Where's the action, Peter?
Still the Sicilian, but let's take a look at the other two for the time being, as Fabi is considering his options after Queen E2. We spoke about the MVL Aronian game, so let's take a look at our Berlin, which is a question we were debating was answered rather conclusively by Anish Giri here, who after H6 thought for a while and actually started playing on the queen side himself. Not only not stopping A3, but actively encouraging A3, to which Jan-Krzysztof Duda said, no such thing. I like my pawns on the light squares.
The tension.
Yeah, I like having the tension in the position there on the queen side. Then Anish finally did something on the other side of the board. And here, bishop b4 was the choice of Jan-Krzysztof. Seemingly very normal would be to drop back. I wonder if he didn't like the fact that after knight d4, his extended structure on the queen side is a little bit vulnerable. You normally would like to play knight c6, but you at least have to calculate knight takes c6 now with the idea of rook d8 mate. After bishop b7, many things are hanging, but it seems like it works out for white after knight takes b5. So the idea of bishop b4, I suppose, is to provoke knight e4.
Right.
And then eventually you have to play knight e7. The knight on f5 has no other squares. But now we have the square on d5 to look forward to.
Can you also start asking questions to the bishop on b4?
Exactly.
It's like, come on.
I mean, you put your bishop on b4, but is it so well placed there? I've got a3, and maybe I can hide it. I can force it into hibernation or something.
You can definitely drive it to b6, but honestly, on b6, it's not that locked down. If you could also threaten it with c4, c5, that would be a very, very good thing for white to achieve. But c4 will always be met by black snapping it off.
If you don't mind me continuing bishop e3 for just a moment, I would like to encourage you to capture on e3. Then I have the c5 square as a permanent outpost.
I would agree with you wholeheartedly, if not for the fact that we already played g4. If this pawn was on g2, I would suggest maybe we're borderline winning with
Indeed.
white. But it's already on g4, and you immediately get
counterplay.
Get a
good
hit with h6, h5, and it's not going to be that easy to stabilize. The engine, in fact, starts with knight f2, and then who's going to be on c5? We want it on c5.
Right. Good point.
So wait 1 second. You do have that plan in your pocket.
Okay.
So first of all, you should secure the king side, and maybe go king g2.
Yeah.
Okay.
King g2 is to step up with, and then king g, and then now I really want your bishop e3 idea.
I'm listening to you, and I swear you're sounding just like Grandmaster Palbenko.
Who?
First, you secure the king side, then you take your outpost on the queen side, because that's not running away. And he would say, secure the king side first. Go on, Jovi.
But I'm thinking I perhaps took too many measures to secure the king side. So now I think the king can step up to g3, and now you can drop back. Bishop e3.
After bishop e3, this is actually stronger than the previous version because Jovanka is correctly identifying that now we will have the move king g3 here, protecting our king side and leaving our knight poised to go to c5. But the engine sadly doesn't feel like this is so bad.
That's the
Never
engine.
mind about it.
Yeah, it says that
You won my heart with securing
yes, you
the
have
king
this
side.
absolutely gorgeous knight on c5, but there's counterplay against the white king side. But for now, let's go to Anastasia in the studio.
And I have a special guest. I have Alireza Firouzja with us, who just finished his draw against Wesley, his game against Wesley, so in a draw. And Alireza, welcome back to the studio. I think you missed only one day with us, but actually I have no idea. What do you feel after the first event, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz tournament? How did it go for you the last day, and what are your emotions after?
Yeah, it was a good start the last day, but I then didn't play really good. I actually was very close to take the lead. But I lost two crucial games against Fabiano and Maxime, so that was the summary of the tournament. So I finished 5th. It was not really what I wanted, of course, but it was decent. And now I'm more focusing on the classical. And
of course, yes. Now we have Sinquefield Cup, and let's say you were the winner of the previous one. You had 2 days to recover after the first event. So how do you feel? What did you do during those days?
Yeah, I mainly wanted to switch to classical mode, my brain, and because we
How
played.
do you do it?
It's not easy, I think, but I think we played a good game today, and.
It was an important game also for you.
Because I lost to Wesley in Romania, first game, with white even, so I had to be careful. And I chose a very solid opening, so it was I think, decent game.
Yeah, I think this game was also important because you are still fighting for the spot in the candidates tournament, and it's all about the rating as well. So I'm sure you didn't want to give some rating points to Wesley today. So let's see what happened. Yes, how did you manage to equalize? I think so comfortably.
Yeah, he chose the very solid line, of course, also because it's first game and there's no need to take so much risk. And this is a very fashionable line now, and he chose bishop d2. I have some games here even with black. I think this is the best line. There is not so much thing to talk about. I think here, after e5, I comfortably equalize, because if he takes the pawn, it's always compensation here. I think even bishop a6. And
you have 2 bishops.
Yeah, he has pawn for 2 bishops, but his king is always weak, and he has trouble to defend the e2 pawn. So if he goes, for instance, rook e1, I think even queen d1 takes rook e8, bishop d4, and bishop e2. It's just draw, probably. So he tried to. He was taking a lot of his time here, and I think, try to even bail out, because if I put my pieces out, go as in the game bishop e6, f6, maybe I cannot never be better, but he just forced the draw here with bishop c6 and knight a5, and I always could go for the opposite color bishop, and this is always a draw, so king f1, and yeah, he changed. It wasn't very clean game. So.
Yes, actually, yes, it was a very clean, like grandmaster game. Do you think if you were in the place of Wesley playing with white pieces, would you try to take more risks, considering the situation?
Yeah, maybe he was surprised with my c5 opening choice. I play all kind of moves here, so maybe he didn't spend so much time.
Yes,
so.
Maybe he didn't prepare for
So I would not say that he wanted to make draw today, but it was just how the game went. So.
You said that you really needed to switch to these classical games, and let's say, how important is it? Do you mean that sometimes you can make just quick moves and it can completely change the situation, after blitz?
Sometimes you have to just take your time to make sure, but when you play a lot of blitz and rapid games, it's not easy to switch. So
do you speak to yourself, or do you put your hands, somewhere? Don't make a move.
You should always. It's a mental thing, and you have to. But these guys are very good at switching.
Yeah, this for sure. I heard that you were in the Hall of Fame yesterday and you bought something in the shop. Tell us a little bit about this experience.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we are always going from the Hall of Fame to the playing hall.
Exactly.
But there is never time to see everything. But it's very interesting. There's everything written about the Fischer-Spassky match, and the shop is pretty cool. I've never been to a chess shop like this.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah, because they have many cool pieces. Actually, some even very expensive, but there is always affordable also. But there is some very cool, expensive pieces you can see also.
Did they have already some Black Friday discounts?
I didn't see it, but hopefully next time there will be.
Yes, okay, 20% off. But this is what is happening right now.
Okay.
Not bad for our viewers. Also, don't forget to come by and check the shop of the World Chess Hall of Fame. Yes, maybe Yasser or Jovanka have some questions to Alireza.
No questions for us. Just get focused and Good luck in the tournament, actually.
Good luck in the rest of your games, Alireza.
And with that, I just wanted to turn back actually to the game of Anish.
But sorry. Take a look at this.
Oh, I apologize. We did all of these great stats for the decisive games.
And there you can see, you have to remember, Sinquefield Cup, you're not allowed to offer a draw.
Okay, so breaking down the graph, basically what the number one says is in first rounds, 48.8% in the history of the Sinquefield Cups have been decisive, and then 39% for round two. And the least decisive rounds were the ones that we agreed on, the penultimate and the...
I was shocked by this statistic, I have to say, because, like I thought, the nerves will start jangling.
Exactly.
People need to be winning by this point.
And the rest days and those things.
Exactly. People start getting tired. But absolutely no, the statistics do not absolutely support that view. Instead, everything counts
Peter,
round one.
Weigh in on this. Is this surprising for you that, let's say, the very last round game, because we know what those last round games really mean and how much effort is put in. So you're not too surprised by a 26% decisive result for the last game, but are you surprised by the first round?
Yeah, I was slightly poo-pooing your idea that the 7 out of 9 statistic was surprising. This one is, to my eyes. I'm shocked that it's almost 50% in round one. I can sort of see people being fresh and playing fighting chess, but still so far above everything else. And also 39 for round two does suggest that you mentioned rest days. Imagine how many rest days you have before the tournament. So maybe this is just a very simple explanation. People come very well rested
before the tournament.
Well, actually, rest day is a little bit annoying, right? Because they break the rhythm, the routine, and anyway.
I looked forward to them. I really, really did. Usually I was on jet lag hours, so I don't know.
Well, that may be, but early on we did see Anastasia with Alireza Firouzja. This time she is with Wesley So, who is here to share his thoughts with us.
Indeed, I have Wesley. So here with me, Wesley, welcome. Finally, we see you during the interviews. I didn't have chance to talk to you before. How was your tournament, Rapid and Blitz before?
Well,
it was shaky, but still finished not so bad.
Yeah, you can call it that, not so bad. Well, thanks for having me, first of all. The Rapid and Blitz, it didn't start well, and by the time I started playing better, the tournament was finished. So, the first day didn't go well. I think my game against them, if I made it on the first game, maybe things would have been different. Like, we were repeating moves. But it just happened so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Things happen so fast. Games happen so fast. There was no time to recover. I think you have to start in good shape at the very beginning. But still, it was a fun tournament. I'm glad I participated.
Yeah, and then you had like 2 days to recover, recharge your batteries, and now we're in the first round of Sinquefield Cup. And how did it go for you today? This important game also against Alireza.
Yeah, it didn't really lead anywhere much. Like, I thought I was slightly better out of the opening, but like here I had some options, but probably it was just equal for the most part. Like, I think e5 is very accurate. Like, I was gonna play e3, but then I realized after queen e7, probably also not much for white. Like, he can go f6, bishop e6.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very stale position.
Did you consider bishop c6 and taking this pawn?
Yeah, Alireza said bishop a6, right?
No, he was the kind of he thought that this position is still fine for black. But I mean, have you ever even considered it?
Yeah, I was
the queen
a bit worried about queen g5, the idea rook d8. Then I have to move my bishop somewhere. I guess bishop f4, bishop c. But bishop c3 is probably not good because of bishop h3.
Mm-hmm. Ah, yeah.
And then I can't play bishop d4 because of rook d8. So meanwhile, if I go
bishop f4,
here, then you can just go here, h5 or g6. I'm not sure. I thought the bishop on b6 very well placed.
Mm-hmm. He also thought to play bishop a6. I mean, according to
engines,
immediately and trying to get this pawn back.
According to the engines, I guess it equalizes too.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought queen g5 also doesn't, like, black has more than enough compensation.
Mm-hmm.
So
you decided not to go for this line, yes? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, after queen g5, like, I thought my knight on b3 is misplaced, and then the bishop on b6 is very well placed. Oh, okay, like maybe queen e6, like queen h5, and then bishop h3 is coming. My king's a bit unsafe.
Mm-hmm. Can become unpleasant, yes, to these two bishops.
Black always has compensation. Like, obviously, modern chess, in order to win games, I think, well, A, you need your opponent to make mistakes, or
Mm-hmm.
B, you get a good position out of the opening. And today I just didn't get too much. Like, I was expecting bishop e7 on move 7, maybe, but maybe bishop c5 is also very accurate, and then bishop b6. And let's say if you go here, probably also very easy to hold for black after bishop d7 followed by bishop c6. So yeah, I don't know. Obviously need stronger ideas with white in the opening.
But what was your, let's say, mood and intentions before the game? Especially thinking about the fact that you are fighting for the spot in the candidates, and if you win this game, you could get many points, rating points, especially.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but my idea was just to show up and play a good game, and I might not be the most ambitious of player. Like, I guess if Hikaru, he would try super hard, but it is what it is. I mean, if I don't qualify for the contest, I'm totally perfectly fine.
Yeah, but
maybe not other people. But for me, for me, I'm fine. But
you're still fighting. Okay, this game was not deciding everything, but I mean, it could have helped you a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
The thing is, things didn't work out for me well in many tournaments this year, and it's right now I'm trying to repair it, but there's not much time left. But I'm very happy if I can play a good game. That's my first goal.
That's also not such an easy job to do. Thank you so much, Wesley, and all the best of luck for you in the next rounds.
Thank you so much. Yeah, hopefully I can play better.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Wesley. Peter, something's in the water, and we're saying bishops of opposite color in a number of games.
And we almost had another one
please.
in this one. After bishop b4, Anish actually spent quite a lot of time on the decision here, and it's an interesting sequence because what he did was very understandable, but I thought something else has happened, but now I see that he actually has gone for the line that I thought. Bishop d2 seems a bit counterintuitive, dropping the bishop back. We just developed it to f4, but it has a very direct explanation, because now with this bishop on d2 counterposing the bishop on b4, you have this tactical shot, a very kind of a typical tactical shot. The bishop is hanging, but more importantly, the pawn on c7 is hanging, trying to trade the bishops first, and then take the knight would immediately lose. The knight takes c7, and white collects everything. So black has to take, and bishop takes b4. And it seems like we made a lot of progress here with white. We're a pawn up. The bishop is on a very nice diagonal here. If black could castle, they could no longer castle, but they can't castle anyway, so this is maybe less of a concern.
Right.
But after knight c6, which has been quite quickly played by Jan-Krzysztof Duda, we get to a point where whatever we choose to do here with white, black will play h6, h5. Once again, imagine the same position with the pawn on g2 instead of g4.
Right.
White probably is borderline winning.
Right.
But because of the existence of h6, h5 as a source of counterplay, the knight, which used to be on f5 and had very few squares, is actually very well positioned on c6.
Right.
It covers a lot of squares on the d file. It makes sure that knight d4 can be safely diffused by simply trading these knights, and now we take on g4. If h takes g4, you already have to worry about bishop b7.
Indeed.
Very, very annoying threat of rook h1 coming in. You will have to play f3 and start giving material back. So, somewhat surprisingly, at least at first, to my eyes, this appears to be completely fine for black.
Right.
Despite being a pawn down and white having the move currently, there's just no good way to meet h6, h5, which is coming more or less next move against whatever we choose.
I'm going to have to cancel myself out of my own organization because I'm a pawn grubber. I love the move bishop d2, but I didn't like the follow-up, Peter, that Anish made, which was knight takes b5. Yes, I wanted to play the move knight e4 because we were extolling the virtues of the c5 square. Yeah. And, you know, we plant a knight on c5. Why didn't he do this?
I'm not sure. I think maybe he overestimated. I think the way to describe it, and it will sound extremely stupid because maybe it is, but I know it's happened to me. You see a position where you can win a pawn in like 2 moves or 1 move, or you have a different opportunity which feels like maybe it's stronger, but there is nothing particularly wrong with the move that wins a pawn, and you say to yourself, if I don't do it and my move comes to nothing, I will feel extremely stupid because there was this pawn on offer. Why am I not winning it?
Right.
But frankly, this just looks a bit more promising than the other one. You still have to work out what to do against h5.
Right.
And if the suggestion, as it seems to be, is to play g4, g5 in this position, which I'm currently reading on my screen, then maybe we can excuse Anish for not playing it, because I think I would need to think for, I don't know, half an hour here and go through all the rest of the options and somehow refute them outright before I even consider the move g4,
I would
g5.
be jumping at knight g5 as well, right?
Some knight to g5 or knight c5 or something, but apparently g5 is the best move here, and if it is, then yes, I can see why this hasn't been played, because I don't think it's a very human decision.
Wow.
But as things stand, I think Jan-Krzysztof has reasons to be quite satisfied with how things are coming out.
Pawn downs and bishops of opposite color, Jovi. It's worked for Nepo. Will it work for Duda?
Yeah, it looks that way. I mean, I really love the idea of going bishop b7, you know, with that
rook
checkmating
h1.
idea of rook h1.
Fabi's gone into tank. When we talk about Leinier going into a tank, we really do understand that Leinier is one of those players who gets into time trouble, and it's not surprising for him to go to be the first to go into a 30-minute thing. When I think about Fabi going into a tank? That's very
This
uncommon.
position,
40
though, is
minutes?
razor sharp, though, because yes, we were extolling the virtues of going queen to d7, but
Right.
you need to back that up with a lot of calculation, because we were looking at moves
like
immediately
G4,
challenging,
yes.
with g4,
Right.
exploding open the center. And if you don't have a good answer to that, that's it, you're busted.
That's it. Peter, remind our viewers who may be joining us late, what did Fabi spend 40 minutes considering?
Well,
what was going through his mind?
He played more or less instantly up until he played e5, e4, and after the Leinier dropped this queen back to e2, attacking the pawn on h5, this is where the pause came. And I'm painfully reminded of, perhaps an apocryphal, but of kind of a very well-known story, which maybe, Yasser, you can even corroborate, because you are even closer to that time period than I am. There's a story about one of the Pyatigorski memorials in which the widow of Pyatigorski came to one of the rounds, and she watched the player think for like 45 minutes and then play queen d2, e2.
Right.
And she turned to her neighbor and quite loudly said, "He thought for so long and made such a short move." So there we have it. Yeah, he thought for 35 minutes and then moved the piece one square. What is this?
Right, and remember, I have read this of Emmanuel Lasker's wife coming into the playing hall, sitting down in the front row, making her comfortable, and Emmanuel thought for like 60 minutes and played h2, h3 in a position where he was considering sacrifices. And she immediately just got up out of the tournament, walked out of the tournament. h3, one move, 60 minutes.
You kind of expect to move with more flair.
Right,
yeah.
And why is the move queen d7 cost so much time?
It's just that you have to be extremely precise, and I'm sure the move occurs to black because h5 is hanging and you want to either defend it or create counter threats. You can't just ignore the fact that the pawn in front of your king is hanging.
Right.
And the major point in this position is black really doesn't want to play g7, g6. We've been discussing this before going on the first break, that white's idea in pretty much every single position here is to go for this break, and you have to be prepared for it in some shape or form. And queen d7, apart from attacking the pawn on g4, as we have seen, in some positions it also has the added benefit of giving you the option of taking with the f-pawn, because if the rook takes on e4, your rooks are now, there are squares available to the rooks which wouldn't have been available to them if the queen was still back on d8, so you can play rook f8 here. You also have squares such as f5 here for the queen. So queen d7 is a useful all-around move. And also, we are trying to provoke b3, after which we will continue creating small problems for white, trying to defend against queen takes h5 by tactical means, and eventually a very, very similar break on the other side of the board to the g3, g4 break for white. b7, b5 will become a topic in many, many positions here.
In fact, to continue right there, if you don't mind, b3, queen c7. We looked at c4 earlier, queen b6, tickling the rook on e3, can't take on h5, king a2. We've got everything secure.
Yeah, because there was a threat of rook takes c4.
Exactly.
That as well. Let's show this because it's a very beautiful combination here. You can take on c4 using the fact that the b3 pawn is pinned, and we are overloading the queen. Queen has to depart from e2, and now we just pick up this rook, and we're completely winning suddenly. So king a2, for the time being, the h5 pawn is still not hanging because the rook on e3 is hanging, so we go rook c7.
Now we go g4.
Yeah.
Takes, h3. And now this is where the counter blow, I take on g4, b5 occurred, and my head started swimming. I thought, oh my gosh, now I'm in a world of real calculation, Jovi.
Yeah, either that, but I do have one golden rule to navigate this type of position.
And that is?
Change queens.
Trade queens.
Trade queens, that's it. So here, like, if you're in trouble with white, you just go queen to d2. Don't think about it too hard, and then
your engine just I don't know. The golden rule doesn't work every single time, but
9 times out of 10.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, and in fact, because b5 is already on the board, there's really no way back. You have to enter something like the first line continues rook d2, rook c1. White has to play rook b2 here because let's show this. This is very beautiful. If gf. This is mate in 3.
Yes.
Takes.
I saw that. then queen h3
and the mate
comes down.
And it comes down the board
Nice.
with mate. So you actually have to invest a tempo in rook b2. Black goes, let's say, rook g1, creating a absolutely crushing threat of rook c8, c1. You have to stop it. And the game continues. As usual, very dispiritingly, it still says zeros here. And Jovanka will be very pleased with the fact that after rook c5, we do play queen d2.
Yeah. I told you. King is in trouble.
Basics are extremely solid.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
nice.
can a very, very solid foundation there.
I'm sorry.
And this is apparently a forced draw of some sort. You have to just either laugh or cry whenever you see zeros in a position like this.
Just the current position, because it's not a line we've been looking at, but you always, for me, I look at the forcing moves first. So the most forcing moves are check. The second most forcing moves are captured. So what would go on in my mind is queen takes h5, queen takes a4, you're hitting c2,
And
I'm
back,
hitting
yeah.
on f5. No, I go rook b3.
Rook b3 or rook c1, which one do you prefer? Because rook b3, rook c2 you have to calculate. I'm not sure
Rook
you will
b4.
like
I don't like calculations.
there.
So
So
rook
let's show
c1.
this on the board actually, because it's instructive.
Right.
We're luring the king. Although you do have rook takes b7 apparently, which is still fine. I thought black would be better.
And that
but
has a nice threat of queen to
f7
f7
and
check.
mate in 2.
And very interestingly, black just says, I will defend against that, and you have no more important threats. If you play queen g6 here, I have
Threatening mate in 1?
I have rook c7 because now
No.
the queen is no longer on h5, so the d1 rook is on freeze.
So this is the rabbit hole I would chase my tail down. I would be
Absolutely.
calculating all of the captures first. And we didn't go here.
Takes.
Rook c1?
Rook c1, and the engine occupies a good square with the queen. If this rook drops down, I assume we're just taking on d5. After rook c1, it doesn't take on d5. It includes one more move here, attacking stuff on the queen side, trying to provoke c3. If it does provoke c3, finally it takes. And then, once again, Jovanka.
I told you.
Jovanka
9
queens.
hands out of 10. Trade queens.
Dentists who get this position recommend you trade queens.
Exactly. I always use plumbers, but yeah.
Dentists.
8 out of 10 cards.
Nice. Great stuff. Thank you, Peter, for that. Wow. By the way, one tank, great thing for Fabi. MVL also went into a bit of a tank in his game against Levon Aronian. Let's just jump into that game for a moment because
they got the memo.
Yeah, a little bit of the opposite color bishops.
Exactly.
What?
Take a look. The bishop on h4.
Right.
Bishop d7.
When
opposite color bishops.
When we left it, I don't even think it was the move b6. I think you were...
Castles, yeah. Castles is already new for our viewers.
b6. And I think you were saying you could go knight f5 right away, but he delayed it a move. Takes, d5. Not too much going on here. Bishops of opposite colors. This feels perfectly... I mean, to my eyes, I don't even think that this is a problem. The knight can quickly and easily reroute itself.
There will be a bishop on g3 eventually, so I don't know how comfortable we are with a knight on d6.
But I'll have also a king on e7,
yes,
won't I, Peter?
that is true.
Could you be,
Please.
at some point, very fancy? I just saw a nice idea.
Okay, go for it.
It's for black. It's just basically to give up a pawn and go f4.
To give
up a pawn. Did you hear me stutter? Because I didn't really want to say it.
I want to make sure I heard that right. f5, f4. Okay, so the idea is e4 and whoops, you want to take a piece.
Yeah, I want to take a piece, and I also wanted to lock out your bishop. So,
okay, and so I fall for it. I did take, and then you're saying my bishop gets locked out, as you said. You could put a bishop on f5 and maybe a pawn on f6, and you can say, ha ha ha, you're a pawn up, but your bishop is terrible.
Exactly.
I like it.
Well,
It's
okay,
nice.
it's perhaps not working right now, but
because there's a rook e1, but I
know.
understand. But I do. I mean, I think that that's a type of a positional pawn sacrifice that I would like to play as black personally.
Yeah, maybe f6, and you were still in business.
And by the way, I think f6 Levon is on the board, maybe just prepping your idea, Jovi, of playing f5, f4. He's played f7, f6 in game position. Peter, jump in on this nice idea. I like it.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to say is I've been extolling the virtues of playing knight f5 pretty much ever since the knight went back to e7.
Right.
But having the all-seeing eye here in front of me, I have to say the idea of starting with f6, because I think we pretty much always have knight f5. I don't think white is ever going to play e3, e4 and allow us to take d4. Yeah. So the idea of playing f6, it also has a very nice advantage of denying knight e5 forever. Right. Then we can go on king f7. Then perhaps we can even spend a tempo on rook hd8. And then, if we want, we can pretty much always still cash in our chips with knight f5.
Like f6.
Engine was suggesting this is extremely playable. Not that it dislikes this endgame very much, but it does suggest that white is a touch better here after bishop g3. I'm guessing the idea here, if I am
king f7.
If I am to construct a scenario in which white is better, I think it would be something like knight g2. You make some kind of a weird move.
Yep.
And I get shockingly, actually no, it says this is equal. I'm wondering where the progress is, because ideas of f3 and e4 seem very, very slow, right. And I don't know what they achieve, even if they do happen.
Right.
My thought was maybe white is better if you can imagine getting the knights off the board and then pushing the a-pawn all the way to a5. But I guess the issue there is that the bishop just lands on a4, and black.
That's what I wanted to say.
Black asks white, exactly how are you planning to play a3, a4 in this game?
Yeah, bishops of opposite color, easy
draw.
So
I think this is entirely playable. It's just that the engine was suggesting that f6 perhaps was slightly more flexible and allowed you more freedom of what to aim for. But what Levon is doing is perfectly fine as far as I can tell. Bishop g3 on the board. King f7 is playable. As you were saying, I don't really see much wrong with the idea of playing, let's say, king e7 and bringing right over. This is also okay. You can also play g5. Jovanka's idea of locking the bishop out, I thought maybe works a bit better with the bishop already on g3. Let's say, I don't know, let's make a move.
Right.
Something like this. Although the bishop will actually get out via f2 or h4, so I'm not sure if I'm sold. In general, the idea of looking it out appeals to me very much, but I suspect it might not be fast enough.
You can try with h5.
Oh yeah, that would be a better way.
Include h5 and
h5, h4, and now we go. Now we go for this. Yeah, this is a much better version. Yeah, good spot.
Winter Capablanca.
So it feels like black might even still have various ways of playing it, all of which appear to be fine, but it's a non-standard structure, and I suspect a somewhat sharp endgame, potentially.
By the way, I'm just looking at your monitor there, and I think I'm seeing Leinier captured on h5.
Yeah,
this one is very if you don't mind jumping back to that for just a moment, Peter.
Sure.
We're prepping for a break here, but this looks like some serious action is in store for us here.
Yeah, and hang on a second. This hasn't been played. This hasn't been played. And the good thing about your opponent thinking for 35 minutes is that in the position where Fabi spent all this time on the move queen d7, Leinier was also very obviously hard at work, trying to figure out what to expect and trying to figure out a reply to it, because by his standards, queen takes h5 came basically instantly. Leinier very much likes to think in complicated positions. And in my very short time, because I saw that as we were discussing the MVL game, in my very short time of checking, it feels like queen b5 here might actually be the one good solution. There could be others, but I tried.
That's not intuitive.
I tried a logical move like queen b4, and it says you're already in a lot of trouble after rook g2 because f5 is hanging and g3, g4 is coming.
Always.
And this setup with the rooks on e3 and e2 is extremely solid.
So you need to have some contact with the f5 pawn, some ability also for the queen to get back.
And very importantly also, we are basically protecting the f5 pawn indirectly by creating the idea of queen f1 check to demonstrate if white actually takes. We go queen f1, queen c4, and obviously there is a draw available if you drop back.
Okay,
rook b3 loses a rook, and the only other move is b3, after which black plays queen b4, very importantly wins one more tempo, and threatens a5, a4.
Just in time.
Which is going to be mate if it's allowed with nothing happening on the other side of the board.
Sorry?
White still has perpetuals.
Yeah, but the Queen E6 check, King F8, I think, Peter. Yes. You don't go to the H file.
I don't know if, I guess
because of G4.
Yeah, G4 and Rook H3 mate, yeah. So you have to play King F8.
Right.
But this appears to be holding fine because of just how strong the threat of A5, A4 is. It trumps most other things. Yes, White can repeat, but it seems like there is nothing better. Even this position where we trade one attacker off, and there's also Queen takes D6 with check, so White is a pawn up. But once again, A5, A4 is just such a massive threat everywhere that White is pretty much obliged to take a perpetual sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Peter. As we go to break, we just want to remind everybody of the results. Jovi, do the honors. They've been well-fought Grandmaster games.
They have been, but 2 hours in, we do have 2 draws between Richard Rapport and Nepomniachtchi, and a draw between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja. Both players, actually both games, were played perfectly. That's what we get when we play perfect chess, but still very much a fight in the remaining 3 games. Which brings us to...
Well, we have a World Chess Hall of Fame. We have what is called the Jingle Bar up on the 3rd floor. Check this out. It's really a party room. The actual hall where the players are playing, lots of parties get hosted. We call it the Jingle Bar. And check out the World Chess Hall of Fame. .org to understand what I'm talking about.
You sold me already, yes. I mean, just look at the biscuits, look at the party.
hot apple cider with cream. It's good stuff. And as we go on break?
Yeah, as we go on into a break, Anastasia had an interview with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so enjoy this in the break.
Maxime, welcome back to St. Louis. Welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. What do you think about, in general, the state of affairs in the chess world? You know, with Liren absent, with Magnus, who is lost some points lately, with Hikaru, who showed quite good result. I mean, in general, what is your opinion? What's happening now? As someone who is inside of all this.
A lot is changing these days. Especially the level of preparation of every top player, but even the players one circle behind, like from 2650, let's say, to 2720. Everyone's been, the opening preparation has improved drastically because of computers. So that means the difference in level is starting, the gap is reducing a bit, especially in classical. I think in Rapid and Blitz there's still quite some difference between some players. And Incr has been showing spectacular results for the past 2 years. Well done to him. Of course, it doesn't change the fact that Magnus has been absolutely dominant for the past 12, 13 years. Maybe in classical is less dominant this year. But I wouldn't say that that is a trend and that it will keep on forever. And for instance, this year the most impressive player I think has been Fabiano, because he showed the same performance basically as Incr, but over many more events. So Fabiano has been doing great, and in general, I would call him the second player in the world for the past 10 years. There's no doubt in my mind. As for, at least in classical chess, of course, in Rapid and Blitz, it's another story. And as for Jing, he won this World Championship match. I think he was dominated throughout, but he found some great resources and then played extremely well in the tiebreaks. Since then, I guess he's been trying to recover because physically the match, Magnus has spoken about it, so Ding also has sort of spoken about it. It's tough, it takes a toll on you. I do expect to see him back in 2024, and he's always been a great player. So again, I expect him to come back at full strength.
No, you mentioned that many players from the 650 to 750, are getting up. Do you think someone else in the nearest future will cross 2,800?
Who knows? Probably it might happen at some point. Of course, I didn't even mention that there were so many, like the generation, of course, from 1990 and let's say to 1994, with closing with Anish has been absolutely dominant. Then the generation from 95 to 2000, there's been some great players, of course. There's Richard, there's Duda and some others, but it has failed to live, to the expectations compared to this 1990. And of course now we're seeing this new generation coming, let's say from 2002 to 2006-7, and they have great prodigies, absolutely great players, especially from India, but not only, from Uzbekistan as well, and so on. So yeah, those guys will likely fight for the top spots in the next few years.
Do you think somebody can replace Magnus on the first place on top?
It will happen inevitably. So but for now I wouldn't even count out players from our generation to keep fighting for the next few years. Then of course there's Alireza, who has had a few tough tournaments lately, but is still the only one of this generation who is already established as a top player and who proved his worth in this, huge tournaments like Sinquefield Cup and so on. So, I still expect Alireza to do great as well.
Yeah, and just last question, coming back to Grand Chess Tour, try to name 3 players from young generation who might participate soon in GCT and will be full tour players.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Year, well, it's very possible. Hard to say, but I do expect which one. But I do expect someone from India, so like Gukesh or Prag. Or both. I don't know if they'll be playing already next year, but in the next few years, that's certainly almost a guarantee. There's, of course, Abdusaturov, and then from the even younger players, you have Sindarov, who's up and coming, and you have many others. You have Vincent Kamer also is on the verge of 27-30, I think. So, that's quite huge.
Yeah, we have many good players, that's for sure. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much, Maxime, for this interview, and all the best of luck for you in both events.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of round one of the Sinquefield Cup. And just to refresh your memories, let's take a look at today's results so far. So we are 2 hours into the start of play, and you can see that we actually have a third result there. It was a draw between Anish, Giri and Jan-Krzysztof in the break. And another result.
The theme of the three draws have been Bishops of Osagawa, Jovi. I mean, something in the water there. I'm not quite sure what it is. Peter, Anish and Duda, they had...
Well, actually, let's go to Anastasia, who is actually there with Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And Jan-Krzysztof can explain to us what exactly happened.
Lovely.
Yes, exactly. Let's ask Yannick what happened in this game. Yannick, welcome to our studio. Welcome to Sinquefield Cup. It was the first round of the new event for you. It's the first time you're playing here. How did it feel to play in the Hall of Fame today?
Yes, hello. It was quite nice. I mean, it was a relatively easy game, so I'm quite content with it. Because, I mean, of course, playing Anish is very difficult. You can play basically anything, and I also kind of, I mean, of course, I expected E4 and the Ropes, but still, you know, I didn't consider it to be like top priority. I mean, to check, and was kind of because I'm not really a Berlin player, you know. I mean, I've played it like a couple of times. I mean, in recent years, but in general, I mean, especially in the end game, like, you know.
Actually, you know, in some events it's forbidden already to play this end game. You know, they say no, but
the end game can get quite interesting. I think. I mean, of course, engines are showing like zeros everywhere, but yeah, in general, you know, when humans do play it, I mean, it can get tricky. So I played this A5. I think I've had it only 3 times actually with Bragg, and in all of the games I played A5. I mean, the idea is, you know, just to play, you know, something maybe less explored, and you know, just to get a game. Yeah, of course, I mean, like H5 and other setups with King on C8, for example, are, I mean, fine for Black. Yeah, I mean, everything is kind of good, but yeah, but here, I mean, I was kind of confused because I couldn't, because there are many ideas for Black. For example, I remember. But I think it was after Bishop F4, but I couldn't quite recall. Yeah, there is this Bishop B4 idea, and after Knight D4, for example, Bishop B6. I mean, C3, A3, doesn't really matter, Bishop D5, yeah? But after Rook D1, I kind of forgot what to do. I mean, because after Bishop B4, I thought Knight D2 now. It's perhaps better version for white, you know, because I don't get to play this Bishop B6, Bishop D5. Okay, so I play A4, and here, I mean, also he could have played like something else instead of Bishop F4, but it's and H6.
This was the moment you decided to start the attack on the king side, or?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's kind of the waiting game by now, because I would love to play Bishop E6, but I didn't really want to allow, you know, this Knight G5 move.
I see. Okay, so
H6 is kind of prophylactic, and. But also, maybe one day, you know, I will play G5 but it's mostly against Knight G5, I guess. So B3, it's very principal, you know, just, you know, harassing my pawn on A4. B5, it's also kind of typical after this A5, A4, but it's also a bit risky for me.
Because C6 becomes silly.
Yeah, this C5 score also is, you know, not rosy at all. Yeah, but here after G4, Bishop B4, yeah, actually, my opponent underestimated this idea that was played in the game.
Maybe he thought that Bishop D2 and Knight B5 is like he's just winning a pawn. But,
he was for sure, but perhaps here's something else. Like, I don't know, 94, 97. Okay, we checked quickly with the engine. I mean, with Anish, so I know. I guess Knight D4 is top move. I didn't really, expect it. The thing with c3 is I guess I can play knight d5. That's important. It's important. After a3 also.
Yes.
Yeah, so, this bishop d2 looked very reasonable because I didn't like this position. Although it's still playable for black, apparently after f6, I was reluctant to do that. Yeah, it's just the game, yeah, and of course white is, playing for free because even if he drops the pawn on e6, which is, hard to imagine, but still, if he does, it's kind of draw, so, yeah. So this knight d7 is very concrete. It's very concrete once he takes on b5, because now I just want to play h5 and basically trade, as many pawns as possible. And here, knight h2 was the move for him, but I thought, in general, I know I have very good compensation here. After some hg, bishop b7 or whatever, but I wanted to play b4, to have this rook a5 idea. And harassing the pawn on e5 and
if he tries to protect it, I don't know, with some moves like f4.
Yeah, still some rook a5, I guess. Maybe g5 in the proper moment. It should fizzle out, I think, eventually. So after, I don't know, bishop f2, let's say, takes and g5. I guess it's okay for black.
It's okay. Yeah.
So, and here it was kind of nice tactics, but it's important, of course, for me that, after I'm not losing after rook d7.
Yes,
because
scary.
I have this, and my king, hides. So, and I'm winning. So,
he has no defense against rook h1. Yes, suddenly. Yes. So.
Yes, he has to. The draw is like the normal result. So I'm quite pleased with this game because I'm not quite, a Berlin player, and it looks, like very mature Berlin stuff from black side. I hope so.
So it's a good start. You had black pieces today, and tomorrow, whom are you playing? And I think
Rapport.
Richard Rapport, okay.
Yeah, with white, and
Okay, so it's good that you have white pieces after that. Yes. So who do you think will be fighting here in this tournament for top places, regarding the shape of the players?
I guess everyone, no?
So far, it's hard to say.
Yeah, a lot of short draws indeed. But it's I guess people will be very solid, trying to squeeze with white and be ultra solid with black, and but we'll see what happens. It's difficult to predict. Anyone can win this event, so it's too soon to talk about that.
Exactly, 3 draws so far, and okay, let's go back to the studio to Yasser, Jovi, and Peter.
Anastasia, thank you for that. And Jovi, that position that he was just analyzing, I'm forcibly reminded of the advice that it depends on these bishops of opposite color position, who's on the attack. But we just saw a very unique case of white mating black's king, and white mating the other king. So the bishops, both players were attacking with their opposite color bishop, and the draw was a satisfying outcome, Peter.
Yeah, Jan-Krzysztof, I think, said that he was completely fine with this outcome. And I think the end of that game is quite unique, just as you described, because normally one side is attacking and the other is defending. And
exactly.
Somewhere from here, I'm not going to repeat what Jan-Krzysztof just said, because he gave a very comprehensive picture of what's happening here. But this position where seemingly both sides are one move away from delivering a final blow, and in fact it ends up being a draw. And in fact, this rook d8 check move is the only one that makes a draw cleanly.
Right.
Going back to d7 sort of makes a draw, but you have to work for it a little bit. So this very, very cute little tactic with throwing the rook in to make sure all 4 rooks come off is a nice touch by Anish. But yeah, very interesting game, very sharp Berlin, and ends quickly enough that we don't get upset. I think it's an important quality in a Berlin endgame.
Rook d8, that was satisfying for sure, as we're going to jump to the game of Levon, MVL, and Levon. When we left it, you were mentioning you always had it in your mind to go f5, f4 for Levon, sacrificing a pawn. Well, guess what? Levon agrees with you wholeheartedly, and he got in the h5 to provoke the h4, and the pawn sacrifice, it was something I liked from the moment it was first proposed by Jovi. How about you, Peter?
Yeah, I think it's a very good version, but also I do want to say that Jovanka is absolutely on fire today. I think everything she said is turning out to be completely. She's reading the mind of the players. Not only is she refuting what I'm saying, she's also seemingly reading the minds of the players of the tournament, which is.
I'm very good at spotting blunders, by the way, and predicting them.
Useful skill if you can have it. The idea here, of course, we've included after f4. After f4 and e takes f4 there in this position. We're throwing in bishop f5 because it's the best square for this bishop, and we're also attacking the rook on b1, so we're winning a tempo. But the follow-up will be g5, g4. We're never taking any of these pawns, but wherever the rook goes, we're playing g5, g4, and we're saying, yes, the bishop still has squares, but compared to how good it was on this diagonal, on the h2, ba diagonal, wherever it goes, it's not going to do very much. And in fact, after bishop takes g4 here, the engine actually prefers black. Wow. But interestingly, even this move, which leaves white with an outside passer, which you can protect after some, like even a position like this, with white having no immediate targets and a completely healthy extra passer on h4, is, according to the engine, completely fine for black because of just how much better the black light pieces are compared to the white light pieces. So a very, I think, sound positional pawn sacrifice there by Levon, and then Maxime is now choosing squares for his pieces because pretty much every single move along the back rank here is available and can be argued for. So it's a tough choice. I don't think he runs very many risks here, does MVL, but I think he's also coming to the realization that he's not better at all, and perhaps if he can find a way to swap everything down and just to make sure the game doesn't enter potentially somewhat dangerous waters, he will be quite in favor of that.
Thank you, Peter. And just turning once again to our attention to the game between Leinier and Fabi, when we've left it here with this move, queen takes a4, rook d2. And for me, I have to say, Jovi, I know the engine really liked queen b5, slightly preferring it over queen c4. They weren't obvious to me.
No, I mean, I remember during the break, I said to you, I actually don't think that one will naturally play that move, because why would you? And so I actually said the rook will come to f8.
And you were right. You were right. You defended at f5. But on the other hand, the engine got very excited when it saw the move rook f8, and it said the move we've been aspiring towards, that break g3, g4 is perfectly timed. Let's go, g3, g4. And now you really do have to pull the brakes, because you basically have only one move to stay in the game. The attack, White's attack is coming frightfully quickly, Peter, and that move was queen e8, which Fabi did find.
You pretty much have to drop the queen back, stop the attack for the time being, because the trade of queens still favors black quite a bit here. Black still has this passer on a4. The material is equal. Yes, we lost the h5 pawn, but we did pick up the pawn on a4. But of course, Leinier is entirely uninterested for the time being in the queen trade. But I have to say that here, seemingly, the two moves to choose from are queen d8, which I think is the move that Fabi will be instantly drawn to, and the move queen b5, which he hasn't found once already in this game. And it also no longer works as well, because very importantly, if we compare this position with the one we had earlier,
with queen b4,
with the queen on g5, white actually creates threats a lot faster on the king side. Now, if you play queen b4 here, you pretty much, even c3 is very strong, but then white will start ganging up on the g file, and mate happens faster on the king side here than anything connected with a4 happens on the queen side. So queen b5 exists, it doesn't lose, because in this position, it goes queen c7, and even a quiet move like this, shockingly, rook takes a4, rook takes e4, a4, you have to play b4, rook e8. The moment this happens to the white king, you actually get a lot of counterplay against it, but this doesn't equalize. It completely equalized earlier. Here it doesn't. Here it maybe makes a draw with absolutely perfect play, but you're clearly fighting against it.
Suffering.
And after queen d8, shockingly, even the endgames are now good for white, because in this position, white goes either rook e6 or rook e7, and the white rooks are more active. Also, the white king, you can much easier imagine the white king joining the fray, getting from, I don't know, from b1 to b5 eventually, whereas the black king will just be a source of worry I suspect the engine holds this. It's currently, it says 0.70 with the only move rook b8, which is not going to be a pleasant move to make, by the way.
Right.
Putting your rook on a very passive square and just, for the time being, trying to defend everything very, very solidly.
I would be very nervous.
Yeah, but I think you're in absolute panic mode here with black.
Right.
And queen d8 on the board, by the way. I had a feeling that having not played queen b5 on move 29, Fabi was very, very unlikely to play it on move 31.
Yeah.
Is this four-rook ending, again, I understand the golden rule, but it seems to me that Leinier doesn't really have a very good way of avoiding.
I think you have to go for it, because playing queen h5, not only does queen e8 repeat, but there is potentially maybe even a stronger square.
Right.
So why are we giving black additional options?
Agreed. So once again, the four-rook ending after takes, queen takes, rook takes.
Yeah, you can try playing g6 here, but it's weaker than rook takes e4.
And what
rook e4,
about
rook e7.
the other trade? Because, I mean, this one looks very good, but is it tempting, perhaps, to go queen takes queen?
And now
I think after gf here, rook d8, we're probably making a draw, because we will be able to take, we'll be able to take on f5. Next move, and you have to spend the tempo on rook g2, or rook g2, or rook d4, whichever one you choose, and
you're trading.
And then you've lost the d5 pawn as well, and this really looks like, I'm probably still picking white, but this looks like a draw.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
And they've repeated, actually. But they are somewhat short on time, so I'm not expecting Leinier to actually repeat the entire 3 times and not play. I have a feeling that he's just doing the due diligence and getting closer to 30 seconds.
Just a quick question. I mean, what we saw there was a very long line.
Yes.
And how easy is it to assess the resulting position there with the endgame?
I think the players are actually, they're so conversant in these rook endings. They're so incredibly knowledgeable. I do believe that they're making quick and accurate judgment calls, Jovi. If
I'm trying, because honestly, it probably takes a little while, because for the time being, the king in some positions might be a problem, but the rook on g5 covers white attacking the g7 pawn, and it seems like black is pushing pawns on the queen side. But in fact, and this is very illustrative, I think, we go rook b6, we force your rook into a poor square, and then we actually do something that I was talking about. This king is very much aiming to go to b3, a4, b5.
But this you kind of find once you get to this position.
Yeah.
Right.
And but before you make the choice in getting there, you have to actually just quickly assess, superficially almost.
Right.
Well, their judgment. And I'm not sure whether.
This.
And then we do see the players repeating.
That's only once, I think. Yeah, that's only once for now.
This illustrative line, where the king, where you played b5, b4, and the king slalomed its way up to the b5 square, shows why you played the move rook b8, and I think that is very
that is
hard.
not easy to find.
No, that's for me the tough one right there.
Yeah,
rook b8.
but we're looking at this from Leinier's perspective, because it's clearly Leinier's call to repeat or not. Black cannot be better here. Black is very much asking for white
to make a draw,
to repeat the moves here. And I think for Leinier, if he gets to this position and thinks about it for 30 seconds, he will realize that he has absolutely zero risk and might be better.
Right.
I don't know if I would instantly recognize that it's something significant, but I think Leinier is quietly a very ambitious player. I think he has a very unassuming demeanor. He is an incredibly polite and well-mannered and kind person. But he's also very, very strong and a very ambitious player. So I think he'll continue. I mean, I might have to eat my words in about 3 seconds flat.
And also I have a question on the current position as well.
Yes.
I mean, could there be options for Leinier to keep the queens on the board? So not go queen to g5, but go queen to h4. And then with the idea of going g5 and then rook h3, and let's have fun that way.
Exactly. Well, the idea of keeping the queens is very much, I think, that's something that white would favor. However, after queen h4?
After queen h4, it's a very interesting option, because, and he might actually gravitate towards that, because queen d8, g5 is playable, but queen h3 is maybe even stronger. Because now you can no longer offer a queen trade, and we will start opening up the g file and putting things on like the rook to g3, rook to g2.
Right.
This suddenly, once again, the engine might hold it, but it's unfair that the engine might hold it. It feels like you should be losing here. So the option to find here.
By the way,
black,
queen h3 immediately.
You play queen h3 immediately. Very interesting.
Not even so. No, you don't have to eat your words. You correctly guessed that underneath that very kindly man is a burning cauldron of ambition. Queen h3, Peter. I like that move. That move asks a question.
Absolutely, yeah.
The king side is opening up, and the queen side is not.
No. Black pretty much needs to play queen g6. The same would have been true, by the way, against queen h4 as well. With the idea of going gf, here queen takes f5 actually hits the queen on h3, which is a difference. And we get, interestingly, and this is also, I think, completely counterintuitive. It's like the endgame we were discussing.
I have a
pawn. But white is a pawn up and white is to move. And this is apparently less of an edge than the other one. I give up. I don't really understand any of this.
Challenge.
Yeah, and another thing to say here is that if you play something like rook g2,
which is
black
very
might
attractive.
be obliged to play queen h7, and also how happy are you going to be playing a move like queen g6 h7, which legitimately seems like the only one that doesn't lose on the spot, because the threat of gf5, queen f5, let's say you make a very natural move rook a8, and it appears you have already lost.
Next move, rook e3,
because,
g3.
Yeah, you will not be able to trade queens off. If you try playing something like queen f6, you get hit by rook g6, and you just get mated. You just get completely overrun on the king side. So, yeah, Fabi will have to play well from here. Is the conclusion, I think.
I mean, are we in only move territory actually with queen to g6?
Think so. Once again, it's hard to judge whether this +1 it gives white after f takes g4 is already decisive advantage on bigger depth, or still somehow manageable if you play extremely well. But there is a gulf between queen g6 and everything else.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, Fabiano potentially in a lot of trouble against Leinier Dominguez.
Once again, I'm still kind of reeling. Queen g6, rook g2, queen h7.
Yeah.
Queen g3.
And now you play rook e8, and you claim that we brought our pieces into the game. White, with the rook on e3 not being able to be teleported to h3 or g3.
I need to capture my own queen to get my doubled rooks.
And then eventually, against queen f2, it actually even finds time to play b5, b4, which is really stunning to me. Like, where does it find the time to spend 2 tempi on that? I will never know.
And Peter, after rook e8, I take on f5. I'm assuming you play rook takes f5.
Yep.
I go queen g4 with the idea of rook h3, trapping
strictly
your queen.
only move rook f7.
Yes.
Everything else resigns.
Everything else resigns.
Everything else resigns.
Get this, because after rook h3, you are offering a trade of queens.
Everything else resigns, but king f8 zeros on our screen now, because we are prepared to run.
I thought I was killing it, and you're telling me triple zeros.
Yeah, just
my goodness.
No edge whatsoever anymore.
Wow.
And these are, frankly, if you get here, those will be findable.
Right, because it's a narrow path.
The choice will be that or resigns,
right.
and they are not illogical. But the question is assessing correctly that putting the queen on h7 for some moves will be okay.
I just kind of wanted to say, like in that final position where the king is prepared to run. Yeah, okay, the computer might say it's 0.00, but they scratch that. That's a god playing chess.
Right.
On a practical level, really?
I think it's
Fabiano
manageable.
going to hold a position like this?
Honestly, I think it's manageable because you have your own trumps. You are prepared to push the e-pawn forward if nothing is happening. And imagine the same position with the king on d7. Black, I think, once it gets closer to the queen side, Black will start feeling quite confident.
Yeah.
And it's very linear. Because the pieces
Everything
left
else
are very
loses.
yeah. So I think it's manageable, but it's not going to be fun finding all of these moves. But Fabi obviously is quite well known as a fantastic calculator of variations. So
great stuff.
I'd take him to find all of this stuff.
And it's definitely Leinier who's putting on the pressure with this move, queen h3. Will Fab be fine? This very, very narrow path. He's got 29 minutes. Is that? Am I reading that
yeah.
correctly?
Just
Or
under 30
I think maybe
minutes.
7 moves.
Okay, difficult moves, but
Yeah, 8 moves. 8 moves for Fabi, 7 moves for Leinier until they reach the first time control.
Let's jump our attention to the game between MVL and Levon, because I'm seeing a very different structure than I had expected, because there's actually still a black pawn on f4. How did that happen, Peter?
That was an interesting choice by Levon, because we were here and I actually said every single square on the back rank makes sense. And I thought, does rook e1 make sense? I wasn't so sure, but that ended up being his choice.
And you were expecting g5, g4.
No, I think if they give us the pawn on the 4, why not take it? Because as you will see, black can even throw in the move rook e8, because if the bishop goes somewhere, rook e2 might become quite annoying. So white actually played king f1. And now after g takes f4, king f2, I was going to say, I'm not sure I can imagine a sequence of events which results in the f4 pawn getting picked up. But actually, knight f1, bishop d2 might be a threat.
It's very fast.
Let's check. Let's say if we go king g6 and white goes knight f1.
Right.
Oh, we're still in time, it says.
Yeah.
Bishop d2.
Bishop a6.
I mean,
Bishop a6.
We just go from this side, and we pick up the pawn on c4. And frankly, if that happens, I'm starting to think long-term, maybe black can be better.
Wait a second, why does black have to waste the time with king g6?
Exactly.
Why not just do it immediately?
Yeah. This is it allows knight e4, which is maybe not such a comfortable thing to allow. The engine likes it. The engine thinks knight e4, knight b7, and then we can just kick it away with bishop f5 again. It will have to go back to d2. Then we will plant our knight on d6 and think we've improved. But I think psychologically, allowing knight d2 e4 here, when this knight has been completely sort of restricted by the bishop on f5, might not be so easy. And also, I just wanted to see if king g6 was losing. A kind of a normal move that also allows knight f1. It was curious to me to see whether we already needed to play bishop c8 or if we had time to spare. And it seems like we do have time to spare.
Well, one other question I have for you, Peter. If you did play a lame move like king g7, and if I did go into this bishop Sopapascular with knight b3, because if I could pick up f4 for free,
actually against king g7, knight b3 is borderline winning apparently, because after the captures happen, we need the king on f5.
Can you not put the rook down on e3 and say bishops of opposite color?
But a7, b6, c5.
I would be very, very worried
dark
here.
Squares. I'll go bishop g3. And in the immortal words of Larry Christensen,
I just wanted to point it out.
I'll get you from behind.
Opposite color bishop and gives a draw.
Bishop to b8 is the issues there. Oh my gosh.
And it's bottoming out. It says +4 currently. So
+4. Ooh.
This apparently is just completely lost. I wouldn't have been so sure, but it looks risky because white, I think, can open up a lot of potential play, because king f4, g4 probably generates a passer on the h file as well.
Yeah. Anastasia has been encouraging you to check out the social media, and there's some really wonderful reasons why. Prior to the Rapid and Blitz, we inducted 3 people, very, very, very deserving, into the World Chess Hall of Fame. It was a marvelous ceremony at the Webster University, as Susan Polgar, the great chess coach of Webster University, was, shall we say, in her glory at the Spice
Women's
Building.
World Champion.
Exactly.
Absolutely fantastic.
And the dean of the university, the college, was there, and some very heartfelt words. Dear friend, Bent Larson, who's no longer with us, Lajos Porter had done a video telephoning, and he got a lot of laughs for his views of the chess world today. It was a very, very, very nice ceremony. All of that on our social media.
And their pictures and their stories will be there on the walls of the Hall of Fame. So please go and check it out.
Exactly. 2 games out of the 5 remaining. And this one, Peter, again, it's the theme of the round. I don't know what exactly happened, but bishops of opposite colors. The current position.
King H6 has been played in the meantime, and it did look like a kind of a normal move. That
exactly.
Yeah.
If you don't want to play bishop c8 immediately, you pretty much play King G6 because everything else looks iffy. And just to illustrate why such a big difference between King G6 and King G7, in this position we will be quite happily playing something like this and meeting bishop d2 with King f5.
Exactly.
And this is the square where it needs to be.
Yeah, that makes all the difference in the world. Sorry, Julie.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Get the king on
Get
f5.
the king on f5, protect the little guys. All is good.
So that really leaves us with Leinier, and how close is he? Yeah, and of course, Queen G6 on the board, as you
As I said, yeah, expecting Fabi to miscalculate in positions where all that is required from him is just very, very solid linear calculation is a fool's errand. He is very, very good at this.
Is that a deliberate pun, by the way? Leinier, linear?
No. I wish I was that big. No.
He's clever. He's a clever boy. You're a little too fast on that one. What for me, I want to say I found very surprising in the analysis that you showed was that after rook g2, rook to e8.
No, we have to play
Rook e8 takes on f5, resigns after Queen h6.
Pretty much.
It's just dead over.
But I mean, wouldn't you go rook f7, rook h3, and then jaque mate?
Yeah, or rook to
actually, still not jaque mate because you can still run.
Get a.
Yeah.
But it's much less pleasant.
But maybe rook g3. You could toss in after rook f7, rook g3 as a prelim. I wanted you to go rook e7.
We're still winning.
I wanted you to go to rook e7 so you take away your hiding spot. Rook h3. And no more hiding.
Good spot by Yasser.
Yeah, nice. But that for me is really surprising how just over it is on the turn, rook e8. Only move Queen h7.
Only move Queen h7. And another interesting part, of course, is that your choice here is pretty obvious. You have this endgame.
Right.
With
the extra pawn.
Yeah, where you're a pawn up, and it's your move, and you can play rook a4 and trade f4 for a5, or you can play rook e7 and try to trade f4, trade f4 for b7. And you have to assess whether this gives you anything at all. And you have to be very, very certain that you're correctly understanding just how little there is in, let's say, this position. I'm not sure why. Yeah.
That's not obvious at all.
No. Because once again, imagine this king is on a4 already. You're winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and probably because of that, black actually has time to play b7, b5, just to take away all of these squares from the white plans. And then it goes king f6, and then eventually I think it goes rook h5, and starts reminding white that these three guys need to be constantly kept an eye on. And yeah, apparently this is completely equal. I'm not sure how obvious that is. But I think the temptation to keep the queens on must be very strong here.
Yeah.
Right. Two things to think about. Again, the temptation to keep the queens on. That rook and pawn ending with the extra pawn. Again, I'm just so tempted by that extra pawn. I would have thought that I was going to be a 2-result game. Sign me up, right?
Yeah.
Remind us again of their head-to-head between these two players know each other very well, as Leinier was one of the helpers of Fabi during the 2018 World Championship match.
Yes, and there you can see their head-to-head scores. 2 wins for Leinier Dominguez and 4 wins for Fabiano Caruana there. So Fabiano edging that out, but 16 draws. And very interestingly enough, Dominguez has never lost a game in the
Not one of those
Cup.
4 losses came from the Sinquefield Cup. Not one, as Leinier is one of those players, Peter. Again, we know Leinier is an excellent player. This idea that he's been such a hard man to beat in the Sinquefield Cup, that was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that without our statisticians coming up with their particular tidbit.
Exactly.
even though, yeah, I personally have found it very difficult to win a game of chess against Leinier, and I think maybe I've won some rapid and blitzes, but classicals, I don't recall a single one off the top of my head.
Exactly.
I have a huge respect for him as a player.
Yeah. Do you know when you see Leinier play and you just watch his games, well, there you can see the stats. He's 40 years old, URS. A rating of 27-23, represents the United States and is a five-time Cuban chess champion. And what I wanted to say about his style was that it reminds me of a systematic way of playing chess, and all he's looking for is that 1% getting better on a daily basis.
That's exactly it. Compounding improvement is what Leinier is all about. And by the way, for that URS, just to explain to everybody, the universal rating system was a brainchild of Garry Kasparov. And the idea was today, rapid and blitz has become so important to the players. It's not just about getting your classical chess rating really high so you get those top invitations, but the universal rating system was the idea of combining all the disciplines of chess, the rapid, the blitz, and the classical under one umbrella number, and that's what the URS is all about. It's not the FIDE, it's not the USCF, universal rating system. And Peter, today I wanted to say that we just had Tony Rich to talk about the Grand Chess Tour and rapid and blitz. Yourself, where do you find yourself gravitating to? Are you trying to improve at classical, blitz,
standard,
rapids?
I would say.
Standard.
I'm trying to improve my standard, with Arena being a sideshow. But on a more serious note, I used to be a purist. I used to think that classical is important and everything else is fun and very enjoyable, but far less
An
serious.
exhibition.
Yeah, and weirdly, the older I get, the more I like the shorter time controls, and the less I like the classical, probably because
it's hard work.
It's just very, very hard work, and I've become allergic to it.
How about yourself, Jovi? Allergic to hard work?
No, yes, on that level, absolutely, but I'm changing. But what I want to say, I have two hats here. So as a commentator, I vastly prefer the rapid format.
The fast time
yes,
controls.
and in fact, I would even slash the classical time control. I would scrap having extra time on move 40. Just have everyone play like 1.5 hours. Move, no move 40, and just have this increment 30 seconds. As a player,
have you ever thought of running for the FIDE presidency?
Well, but as a player, I very much appreciate that break that you get on
True, the 40 move,
exactly.
the 45th move.
You can just breathe a sigh of relief, get that extra time, have some time just to work out what's happening on the board. But I do feel like chess is speeding up. It needs to speed up because, you know, it's become much more accessible to everyone these days, and it's demanding on your time, right? For viewers or for observers, if they have to spend 6-7 hours looking at a classical game, I feel like society isn't quite ready. Well, it's not that they were ready, but now they've moved on, and everything is about instant gratification. So we've got to keep up in the chess world.
Well, the whole conversation forcibly reminds me of the 2018 World Championship match where the 12 classical games were all drawn, and we were very critical of Magnus. In the very last game, he had the black pieces, but the position he had on the board, everybody felt was very advantageous to him, and that if he won that game, he would win the match. So what's the problem? Play the position on the board, play for the advantage, and he went immediately for a draw. And his idea was that they were going to now play 4 rapid games to determine the World Championship. And in Magnus's mind, he would rather play 200 moves, right? Because that's what the 4 rapids games were all about than one classical game of 40, 50 moves, and to get as many decisions as possible. So today, Magnus is really very strongly favoring rapid and blitz. He's become an advocate, if you will, and he gave up his classical title.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he says it's much more exciting, and it is. But I mean, it is in kind of the sense that it's faster. There's
It's faster.
adrenaline packed.
It's a rush, yeah.
And
as a commentator,
and as
you
a
gotta
commentator,
say,
absolutely love it.
Right.
The drama, the storylines, and here it just feels like it is a leisurely pace. So, for instance, we've had this very exciting game, and when the games are like this, okay, I think it's very good that we have a classical time control.
Right.
But when the games are kind of perfect and neither side wants to give ground, and it just
as we've seen in the 3 draws,
and it ends up in a draw. It is exciting, but in a different kind of way. It's much more exciting for players on a theoretical level.
Speaking of 3 draws, we might be seeing a 4th coming up, Peter.
Yeah, I want to venture a suggestion that something along the lines of rook c1, bishop b3, rook c3, bishop a4, rook c1, bishop b3 looks pretty good here.
Right.
It's a fun party game to play, and as you can see, I'm very much fun at parties. Trying to find the exact threefold that the players will choose. Nobody can make any progress here.
Right.
The f4 pawn is the only real weakness on the board. It has been completely soundly covered by the king on f5.
I have one way to improve.
Go for it. You think rook d3 is better, or?
No, I was just thinking a6, b5. there is an opening there.
Okay, but
then your c5 pawn becomes a target.
But
so
there's e2 is what you're saying.
Yes, that's
you wanted to take on b5. Well, you don't even need a6 for that. You could just bishop takes. And rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2 is a threat now. Even this position is still fine, but this you can understand. But if b5 doesn't actually force white to recapture, we can start by playing, let's say, rook c3, c1, because bc4, rook c4, f4 is also going to hang. I think it's extremely unlikely that Levon will entertain very many thoughts in this direction, because even the absolute best scenarios seem like they're still equal, and I'm not sure you're
Could you, for instance, go bishop b3? And okay, this is really taking liberties, I understand.
Yeah, you need to be able to recapture with the bishop to create the threat of rook e2 check.
I wanted to trap the rook, but
trap?
It's an AB, and then after rook takes c5, I just wanted to go there. But okay.
And d6 check, and we're kind of collapsing because
bishop
takes f4 coming in. I really don't think. I mean, we'll see. Levon is also definitely someone who, if he feels this gives him a modicum of a chance, I think he'll go for it, because white really is completely stuck. I think, white
has no breaks. You're right in the sense, Jovi, that it's black who can change, alter. I'm not going to play g3. I don't want to play g3.
No.
And I don't want to play d6. Because I feel like if I play d6, I could easily just end up losing the pawn on d6.
Yeah,
so I'm stuck as white.
Because that if this were a 2700 player playing against
2400,
they would be
thinking, how do I imbalance it?
Exactly, and they would be looking at ways of going a6, b5, maybe bishop comes to d1.
Right.
Some kind of
so white starts with rooks. Well, I like what Peter was trying to do. Peter was trying to guess the 3-move repetition, and he was thinking rook c1 was the prelude to the 3-move repetition. What?
We were very much against this, but there we are.
g3 takes.
g3 happened, takes. I'm assuming rook e2 is completely fine. In fact, most things will disappear off the board. I guess the calculation here is that yes, all of these will fall, but so will all of those. And something like this is actually perfectly logical. I can include a6, and
we go.
Something like this might be a logical follow-up. I'm a bit surprised by this. I didn't think it was called for, but on the other hand, we are now generating ideas of perhaps rook e3 or on a good day bishop f4. Let's say. Currently, it's impossible because of rook g8 check.
I also spotted one idea. Is it rook after rook e2?
Yes.
Is it possible to go rook to d3? Once again, I'm taking liberties. Oh, this is why. You guys are super grandmasters. You spot my ideas instantly.
It's perfectly sound, and weird. I was trying to find some way to give mate to this king on g3.
Right.
But I'm not fast enough to play bishop f1. My rook is in the way.
Right.
But shockingly and somewhat, it feels like life is a bit unfair because you found this fantastic cheapo, and rook e8 is still completely fine.
Oh no!
It's actually not doing very much.
You want to deserve more. You know, you're more deserving than the half point.
Yeah.
You know, the halving of the point.
The halving of the point. Yeah, I'm not
Rook
so
d5,
sure.
rook d5 check, and actually both king moves are even fine. Like I can even allow d7, bishop f4, c7 because I always have bishop a4 as a reply. Even this is just completely fine apparently.
I don't know.
Bishops of opposite colors. It's the bane of the modern chess world that
we will have
so
four
many draws.
games. 4 games end in a position with bishops of opposite
colors,
which is quite something.
Right.
Yeah.
And I do agree with you, Peter, that I see the move rook e3 as a threat of forcing everything just to get liquidated.
It's actually a little bit iffy because if you imagine, I'm just giving the move to white.
Please.
You would much rather trade with the bishop already on f4 because here your structure does fall. I mean, it's still a draw because of the same maneuver.
Right.
But you'd never really like being the second one to start picking up stuff, right?
Right.
You want to be the first one to capture something, even though this actually is still perfectly manageable. Yeah.
Okay. Which again leaves us with the Leinier Fabi match. Now I haven't been told this, so I just need to get a clarification on our social media. Obviously, Anastasia is posting great stuff. Begum is posting great stuff. I don't know if we're actually inviting questions. I'll get that from our production team if we do want Twitter questions. What has happened, Peter?
Well, after Queen H7, we were arguing that from a purely human perspective, it's just so attractive to try to give mate.
Right.
But Leinier, once again, I'm guessing he's on very, very good form seemingly today because this is safer and also maybe objectively stronger than Queen G3 because
your rook is already on the G file.
First off, in this position, Fabi had to find the only move, rook a8. It's not a difficult move, but still, everything else was borderline losing because you absolutely have to have defense against rook e7. Rook d5, rook e7, rook g8, you already lose. Like, it looks completely lost.
This is
you can't play this endgame with one rook being completely on a passive square. So rook f8, to have rook f7 if the rook lands on
rook
e7.
e7 with rook f7. Yeah.
And once again, we have a position where white is a pawn up, white has a move. You can even spend a tempo on something like king a2, because rook d5, rook e7 is still very strong, and rook takes f4. You can play rook e6 and then try to once again do your slalom on the queen side. The engine holds this, but I don't know how comfortable of a hold it is.
Jump in, Jovi.
Yeah. I don't think it's a very comfortable hold at all. I mean, it's one thing with the engine, and look at this
game, as we do see the players found one of those sequences, Peter, where the white bishop just takes everything on the dark squares, and the light squared bishop takes everything on the
I'm just laughing because I mean we were like digging up the stats.
We were.
I mean, what are the chances that we would get 4 games, and 4 of them would be opposite color bishops?
And the decisive the decisive first round victories lead to the winner of the tournament. We had these beautiful stats.
Call the tournament off. Yeah, nobody's going to win this tournament.
Right. It will be a 10-way tie for first place at the end in the playoffs.
Has that ever happened?
No, not that I'm aware. No. I wanted to say this Halloween, I don't know what happened, but I went out, I'm not joking, about like 5 pounds of candy, expecting all the trick-or-treaters to come and raid the house. Well, I got raided, but only like 1 pound. So I had like 4 pounds of Halloween chocolates. Stuffing myself with almond joys. I got Kit Kats and almond. Anybody wants to come over, I'm your guy. I'm your connection to almond joys and Kit Kats and Hershey's Kisses.
Okay.
I don't know about yourself. So yeah, we were all dressed up and nobody showed up to the party today, as we're expecting a 4th draw in the first round
Which one do you choose, bishop a7 or bishop c7 here?
Oh,
A7.
a7 for sure.
Because that allows king e5, king d6. There was a reason I was asking.
Oh, well, we fell into it. Line and sinker.
Well, we sure did fall for it.
But it doesn't win, though.
No.
It doesn't win.
No, it's
so
just
you can
a
definitely play bishop a7 if you want. It's still a draw, but for a second there, I thought maybe bishop a7 actually allows this game to pretend it's still a game for a bit longer, but no.
That is an amusing point, and
oh no, here
Yeah.
he's put the bishop on a7. It was just too irresistible, and now
right, simply irresistible. We would expect bishop d3, although Peter is making the point that with the move king e5, bishop takes b6. There is the move king d6, and
Lev,
and we don't get completely liquidated.
Lev
quickly,
showing his fighting spirit chops there with the move king e5.
But is it really?
No, MVL will play bishop a7 here, give a check from b8, and then go back to a7.
I was about to say fighting
Can
chops. Bishop b8 check.
Yeah.
First, take the pawn. King will come back to d6 to defend, or. No, is he going to play king d4?
King d4, d6.
no, king d6.
King d4, d6, bishop a4, right?
Yeah, but then bishop d8, and you lose the f6 pawn as well, and you start entering some kind of...
That's not what I wanted. King d6.
Can you also just go king f4, and once the bishop moves?
Yeah, take with the king on f6. Yeah, also
Right.
completely fine.
Also, yes, but we would expect bishop a7, bishop d3, bishop b8 check, and the repetition that way.
He's reaching for the bishop.
He is reaching for it, yeah.
That would be the most professional. But we have seen, sadly, and that is the state of modern chess, accurate games, Jovi. Every game just...
Absolutely accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, but such is life and such is chess.
Well, that was what Wesley said. To win in modern chess, you need your opponent to make a mistake. If they don't make a mistake, chess is the draw, maybe.
Yeah, it is. And bishop
Who
a7.
said that? Who famously said that line?
Wang Yue.
And
the Chinese player who he just came onto the scene, and he was extremely famous in his first 2 or 3 years of playing elite tournaments. He was basically seemingly aiming for slightly worse endgames with both colors, and then winning like 35% of them and drawing the rest.
And there we see the players repeating, with Maxime giving a check and Levon retreating, and
yeah, this will be drawn in a moment.
Will be our 4th draw
and then
of the round.
And then in an interview?
Yeah, he was absolutely the darling of the press center in the Baku Grand Prix. I think it was 2009, I want to say, maybe 8. And people adored him there because he spoke this very nice English. He was a limited but very kind of well-mannered and polite English. And at some point he played yet another Petrov and drew yet another Petrov, and people asked him what he thought about it. He kind of shrugged and said, maybe chess is draw.
Nice, as we do see the two players looking at one another. Good game all around. F5, F4. Levon kind of threw his patties. He got in some shots, but the initiative, the slight initiative he had, was not enough. Draw, and 4th draw in a row. 4th draw out of 5, which again leaves us our rook ending. Peter, rook f8, as you were mentioning.
Rook f8 on the board. And Leinier is thinking he has options here. He needs to sort of weigh what
I'm a pawn grubber. Let me try my best desperately to hold on to the pawn. I'll go rook to e7. You'll go rook f7. I'll trade a pair of rooks. I'll go rook g4 because I want to defend my pawn. You'll go rook f5?
He just goes b5 for the time
b5. Because otherwise I was going to go c4.
Stopping c4 actually makes a decent amount of sense.
Exactly. Now in this position...
And if you do this, it will actually spend the tempo playing b5, b4. And now rook f5 is a massive threat.
Is going to win the pawn.
You don't need to rush with b3. Let's go c3.
No rushing.
Yeah, no rushing.
Rook b5. This is our issue. No rushing?
Rushing was needed.
Well,
Rushing was also not getting you anywhere.
It wasn't getting us there.
You haven't made a mistake, but you've also not preserved the pawn on
I did get a
d5.
chance to preserve the pawn. Some
Yeah.
of my rook ended up very passively. How do I... Okay, so in this position, sorry, Peter, if you don't mind, rook to g3. So my idea might be rook f4, rook to b3?
Yeah, it still goes b5, but it also says this is still fine.
You've got to
going for something like this.
Yeah.
And then eventually going after the h-pawn and starting to push the g-pawn down the board.
I wasn't thrilled either because you did have rook f1 check and rook f2, and the pawns were all getting liquidated as well.
This begins getting a little bit excited because I think what white wants here is
C4.
to enter a race situation with the c4 and d5 pawns against the d6 pawn. Because then, if d6 falls, white will have two in the center that run quite quickly. Whereas if we consider this line, whenever the race gets initiated, they're on starting squares, and it's much easier for black to play against that.
Good point. Valid. By the way,
he played
have rook g4.
He played rook g4.
A prelude to rook e7 and c4 and b3 and all of those
so
ideas.
rook takes d5 is no longer possible.
Yeah, that
because
doesn't
of rook
look
e7. Ooh.
That's happiness.
That is.
Because we traded off and we got active rooks. So I suspect we might be seeing a b5.
b5 or rook f7, some kind of a preparatory move. b5 in particular, I think the engine likes in pretty much every single position here.
But now I have a cheapo, don't I? b5, rook e6, Peter? So if you're in, I was about to say if I could induce you
let me just check. Let me check how bad this is, because without the pawn on b7, this becomes unpleasant but playable, right? It would have been completely lost if white were taking on b7 in this position,
right?
But it's still bad. Notice just how much the engine dislikes it, despite it being equal material.
Isn't there like opportunities to trap the king? You know, I'm thinking rook f7, f5.
Oh, even some mating.
Going for some mating nets. Black needs to be very careful here.
Okay, good. Well,
there's also the usual plans of provoking a4 and then trying to catapult our king from b1 to b4 and just playing against the king queen side. This is just quite unpleasant for black. I'm pretty sure Fabi is not going to enter any of this.
We do have b5 on the board, by the way.
Fabi is very on point. From the moment we feel maybe missed a very computerish but a clean equality with the move queen b5 after rook d2, from that moment onwards, I think he hasn't missed a bit. Everything he's done since that point is very, very strong.
Yeah, his accuracy has been fantastic. By the way, once again, for those of you who are joining us late, let's just laud the year that Fabiano has had, because he has had, a career-defining 2023 Bucharest, the Grand Chess Tour. Thanks to Firouzja for pointing out what it's been like for Fabi.
Absolutely. I mean, just take a look at some of these achievements. First place, as you say, in the Bucharest with $100,000 in his pocket. Also fourth place in Croatia, World Cup third place. Netting him a spot in the 2024 candidates tournaments, US champion, and of course,
it was a signature result,
winning the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And that's not the only thing, because I can also point to he almost won Norway chess if it had not been for Hikaru Nakamura. Same goes for the Grand Swiss. He was doing exceedingly well. And take a look at the Grand Chess Tour standings.
Literally, he would have to withdraw from the event not to win the Grand Chess Tour 2023.
He would have to have some major meltdown and come last, which is completely unlikely in his form.
Right.
And there you see it. He has an 11-point lead over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, which not only nets him additional money on the Grand Chess Tour, but also secures him an invite into next year's Grand Chess Tour.
I'm sure we will be inviting him. I very recently had a podcast with Christian where he was laughing because he was having such a great result. The bookmakers had said that he would win the Isle of Man as well. And this was like the strongest Swiss tournament like ever in the history of mankind. It's notoriously difficult, of course, to win a Swiss tournament. To make him an absolute favorite was ridiculous, and he was laughing that he should go and bet against himself. But it's been that kind of a year that the bookmakers actually say, okay, he's going to win the Isle of Man as well. And he actually came very, very close. Hikaru upended him at the very, very end. But just to remind everybody what's happened with our results, Jovi.
It's a peaceful round
Very peaceful.
And there we see 4 of the matches have ended in a draw between Vachier-Lagrave, Aronian, Richard Rapport, Nepomniachtchi, Giri, Duda, so Firouzja. But there has been an interesting twist. All 4 of these games have involved opposite colour bishops.
Yeah, that's been the twist that has been the most surprising. For me, the game of Giri and Duda, that was a very strange game, Peter, in the sense that when we saw the move knight takes b5 for the first time, we thought, oh dear, Duda's blundered a pawn, but maybe it was actually an error to capture the pawn.
May not have been the strongest move in the position,
Exactly.
even, surprisingly, even though it looked extremely obvious and good and solid. To slightly expand what the topic you just finished discussing about Fabi's year, we say that Anish is leading the FIDE circuit race for the final candidate spot.
Right.
That's only because Fabi has already qualified. Fabi is like 20 points clear of the field on the circuit. But he doesn't need it,
Right.
because he's in via the World Cup, yeah.
By Baku.
Yeah, so yeah, it's
that
been,
explains that one.
it's been a year to remember for sure for Fabi. Yeah.
Exactly, and I also remember
B3 played in the meantime.
B2, B3. Well, by the way, C4 being the threat that it appears to be, doesn't that provoke B4 by
It
black?
absolutely does, even though supposedly you can even ignore it. The engine even says something like this is holdable, which you can believe because there's always like this rook goes to h5, all of white pawns become targets, and yes, I can definitely imagine this not being winning, but I think if you choose between this and this, I think you pretty much always play before.
Mm. And Anastasia is hosting Levon in studio. We'll go over to her.
Mm-hmm. Welcome, Levon, to the studio. I mean, this game was really interesting. I saw your games against Maxime. I think you were fighting all the time and have very good positions. What can you tell about this opening choice today and what happened?
Yeah, I think we were trying to surprise each other. And maybe I managed to surprise him slightly more with Queen d5. It's a little bit of a rare move. I think Black is basically asking White to take on f6 and play 92. That's more or less the...
What would happen if White will do so?
Yeah, it's I mean, it's a playable position for Black, I think. Black needs to take, and then ED, knight c6, something like that is. But, you know, if you are not remembering the correct way to play for White, then having those c3 d4 pawns is not a great joy. I just remembered that, like, here you need to play knight c6, and yeah, Black is fine somehow. Knight c4, king e7, something like that.
Yeah, and bishop c4, queen g2, so it's not possible to take with the bishop, otherwise it would be nice.
And I also remember that here, this bishop e7, there are many ways for Black to play. I thought knight c6, I thought during the game that it makes a lot of sense. I just develop and, you know, try to play rook c8.
So you were happy about your position?
I thought it's a playable position.
And we discussed with you nowadays, if we got the playable position, it's already good news.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. And then, so after rook b1, knight a5, this happened. And I think, you know, I felt that maybe it should be slightly, tiny bit more comfortable for me to play. But, yeah, somehow it all, you know, depends on details. So, for example, this was more or less logical what happened. So f1, okay, knight f5, I thought maybe I can play with f6, but I thought knight f5 is principled. In fact, my intention was to meet d5 with f4, but then I kind of got, yeah. I think after I saw some things I wasn't so sure anymore. Because yeah, knight d4 is coming, and if I play, let's say, here, I didn't like g4. You know, he's undermining my bishop's position, so I'm not in time to lock the bishop in. So then I told to myself, oh, all right, I will do the same thing, just a little bit later when the moment arises. And yeah, so this is what actually happened. I mean, after bishop g3...
yes, here bishop g3.
Yeah, king f7, knight b2, rook c8. This is all very logical. And yeah, f4 I think is a good move, because I kind of play bishop to f5 and then just play g4, and structurally I always have this maneuver with the knight to d6. For example, if white...
To block the...
Yeah, if white does something like, let's say, rook d1, g4, knight f1, yeah, I don't have to worry much. I just bring the knight.
And then c4 pawn will be always
yeah.
weak.
And
maybe.
I think black should be fine here. So, and then, so I think we both understood that the position is more or less equal, and the game went to its natural path, on the natural path.
Yeah, I mean, so we're here king f2 when he played. King
here,
first
king
he played
f2,
yes, king f2, then he decided first king f1, then king f2 with the idea probably to move the knight.
Yes.
Like maybe there was a last trick he tried in this game, you know. Yeah, but okay, you didn't let him.
Yeah, because now knight f1 is met with this, and now if he goes this6, no wait, sorry, not bishop c4, knight c4, and I think this 6 doesn't work because I can take this.
Oops,
and
just
then
take
check.
This.
Yeah, king g1, rook e1, and king g3, rook e6.
Rook e6, wow.
I
And two
attack
pieces
both,
are hanging, yes. So everybody calculated everything, and the game finished in the end, eventually finished in a draw. How did it feel for you to play today? Same playing hall as US Chess Championship, but different event. So was it any difference?
Well, it's always interesting to play against Maxime. You know, he's always fighting. So he's one of the players that I like playing against, because he's giving chances, and he's he's one of those guys that are not settling for just boring games.
But that's for sure, yes. So it was a very fighting draw today. Thank you so much, Levon.
Thank you.
And all the best in the next rounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Levon. Coming up, actually, after the event, the closing ceremony, it's also combined with the gala. It's an annual fundraiser here in St. Louis. So we have a silent auction, and we raise money for the entire year. And we have a very special guest, Marina, will be for the strategy across the board. And we're all told to raise our paddles and bid on the many items that we will be on offer.
Brilliant. And we are going to go on a short break. But during the break, you will hear Anastasia's. She spoke to Alireza Firouzja earlier on before the event, and let's hear what she had to say.
Alireza, welcome back to St. Louis. Welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. Yeah, it's been a while we saw you in Grand Chess Tour. Of course, you played in Grand Swiss. You appeared here, there. But let's say, what you've been doing for 5 months, basically, like 4 or 5 months since Croatia.
Yeah, I played Croatia. It was in July.
Yes. Now we're on. It's November.
It's November. Okay. October. So 2 months I didn't play in the middle.
Yeah, and let's say during the summer.
Yeah, I was watching World Cup chess. And I was working on my chess, and summer I didn't want to miss summer. I didn't want to spend 1 month in Azerbaijan for summer.
Where did you spend this month?
I went everywhere, Spain. It was cool times.
Wow, sounds great.
Yeah.
Who are some of your chess idols, and how they influenced your chess career?
Yeah, all I always said is I tried to learn from all the world champions. All of them are great, but Magnus is probably, because when I started playing chess, he became world champion. So it was always
2013,
yes, and I started 2013. So it was always his name there, and we were trying to learn from him. So it would be a lie if I say he's not here.
You are definitely one of the, let's say, the best players of this generation. But whom do you see also, like, you know, really promising young chess players in the world right now?
Yeah. All the Indians are scared to play, and these 5 guys from India are really talented.
Name them, please, because there are so many.
Yeah, I think Gukesh, Pragananda, Ergiasi, I forgot probably names now. All of them are very good. Like each tournament, one of them will go up. It doesn't matter. One of them will qualify or will win. So they are very talented. So, and Uzbekistani players also, they are very good.
Do you consider to study somewhere in any university?
I was thinking today, like I was eating this Chick-fil-A today in the university, and I felt like it's easier when I'm going to study than chess, because should be less nervous, stress, because you don't lose to anyone. You just go to the test, you read it, and then you pass. So it's a cool vibe, but I think I will get bored of it. That's also the problem.
Which university would you study if you had a chance?
I don't know. I like to be lawyer, because it will help me for chess also. And I think lawyer probably, law studying.
Yeah, I studied law, you see? It helped me with interviews.
Nice.
Okay, Alireza, thank you so much, and all the best of luck in the tournaments.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the playing hall.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can't shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Firouzja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We are back in round 1, Sinquefield Cup, and so far we've had 4 very precise draws. Players just playing very, very well. And take a look at the results.
There's not much you can do.
Exactly there. And as you see, it was a draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Levon, Aronian. Also an early draw between Richard Rapport and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who just wheeled out some preparation. Anish, Giri took on Duda, but that also ended peacefully. And Wesley and Alireza Firouzja just played a perfect game. Such is life, but there is one game remaining. That is between Leinier Dominguez, Fabiano-Caruana. That probably has been the game of the round in terms of excitement. And
we've been seeing the four themes of the draws were all themed draws of opposite color bishop. This has not been that case. No opposite color bishops in this one.
No.
Jovi.
Instead, we have a 4-rook ending on the board. And Leinier there in deep thought after Fabiano plays rook h5, attacking the h2 pawn.
Leinier nursing the extra pawn, I want to say, Peter, but it's not an extra pawn where he can really do much with it. The problem
I'm not even sure you can preserve it for much longer. I think he's okay. H4 would do the job here. He's gone h4 here. Otherwise, I think Black would be quite comfortably attacking various
one or the other.
Like if you imagine White going rook g4, g2, you just drop the rook back to f5. I want to show one picturesque position because it's a theme perhaps some of our viewers have never seen. If you play rook h4, rook f2, this is still fine, but it seems like we've played rook f2 to get under a major pin, and then suddenly
surprise.
This really weird position where every rook attacks every other rook, and you can't take both of them at the same time, so you end up losing here with Black because whichever one you choose to take, White will pick up the other. So rook hf5 is more precise because of that, because now after rook f2 you very happily play g5, and in fact you start thinking maybe I'll be better at some point in this game. So Leinier has gone h4. My first question was, can't we go rook f5?
But I have a response to that.
What's that?
Rook g5.
Absolutely. And this is supposedly still fine, upsettingly.
I was quite smug about the rook to g5. I was thinking, that's it, in the bag. But
I was thinking that after rook f5, I was going to play rook d2. You would take the pawn. I would play rook g2. Or I was thinking of rook e4. You would take the pawn. I would play rook e7.
But this is actually, and once again, I'm very upset with my screen because it seems to suggest that even this is a draw.
No way.
Which I would dream to get this position.
Fabi is good at chess. This is, I'm coming to this conclusion more and more. It's not that this idea is new to me, but this game in particular, he just instantly goes rook f6, which is much stronger than rook f5, because we're creating this idea of rook f6, g6, because this rook on g4 is protecting everything. Once it's removed from the picture, the king side will start crumbling, and in fact, as the engine already starts giving up things. And another difference here is, if you do the same, I have rook g6. And you are not forcing me to give up on g7. So rook f6, very, very precise move.
I have a question though. Okay, so let's abandon all hope on the king side, and instead, what about trying to win the a5 pawn? And so I'm thinking, first of all, you go c3. And then king c2.
Yep.
That pawn is going to fall. And then rook a4. Sorry, rook takes rook.
This is still hanging, though.
Oh, that's annoying. Okay, but we can live on. King takes c3. And now rook a4.
Black made so much progress on the other flank as well.
Well, you've been doing your good deeds on the queen side. The king side just got...
and just briefly to note that it might look like we blundered a rook here with this discovered check of 4 or 5, but in fact, the pawn ending is not... like rook h4 loses here. In fact, the only way to make a draw here apparently is to play f6 and then go back to d1. I don't know why this is a draw. It looks lost. It looks lost for White.
Like you've overdone it.
So yeah, but playing f5 is ill-advised because then life will demand studies from you to survive. Rook f6 is just a very, very solid decision by Fabi, and with every move that he makes, it feels like he's more and more in control.
Yeah.
And white, of course, can never be worse being a pawn up in the starting position here. Like when you begin from a pawn up rook ending, you're not expecting to lose, but you're probably by this point not expecting to win either, because Fabi's been playing extremely solid chess, starting from the one, quote unquote mistake around move 30, where he didn't find what Engine was suggesting was a stronger choice.
I'm still laughing at ourselves that we have come so very, very well prepared for today's opening round. The player who wins the first round on the first day goes on to win the tournament 7 out of 9 times. The players, round 1, it's the most decisive. If we could have that graphic again. So, of the 9 rounds of the Sinquefield Cup, which round is the most decisive? You and I both intuited, obviously, the penultimate round.
Yeah.
Because that's where you leave it all on the table, not even close. But if we do get that graphic, it turns out that round 1, here it comes, Jovi. We were so well prepared for today's show. It's unbelievable.
Just take a look at this. 48.8% of the games have ended decisively in round 1. In the Sinquefield Cup, that is.
That is going to be dramatically reduced after today's round, Jovi. 48 for your, not any longer. Go on, continue.
Absolutely not. And there was a very nice graph as well, which showed the percentage of decisive games.
Right.
And 48.8% was round 1, and here you see it in round 2. It does decrease to 39%, and our prediction of round 8, well,
not even close.
Not even close. One of the lowest ones, 23.7%.
Boy, we are making history today with this 5 draws, and it does again with very exacting play, as you were pointing out by Fabiano, Peter. 5 out of 5.
One thing I wanted
that bodes badly if the graphics hold up. It bodes badly for 2023 Sinquefield Cup if 48% of the games are decisive and then they're all gone.
So we have seen like a 3-way tie in Sinquefield Cup history. But I mean, have we seen?
Well, with the playoff, of course.
With other tournaments, I'm thinking, what is the biggest tie for first place that we've ever seen?
You mean in terms of
other major, other super.
Yeah, I mean,
I was involved in a 4-way tie for first at least once, maybe twice in the Russian Championships, but those weren't round robins; those were Swiss tournaments. And obviously, there's a big difference in a Swiss tournament. You have a much larger field to tie for first, so it doesn't quite count. But definitely there's been ties first through fourth. Probably much further.
I've seen. Well, I don't know. I've seen a lot of tournaments where players have been like on the 50% mark, and maybe one person won it just by winning a game.
Right.
And then one person coming last just because they lost.
Well, I do recall a number of U.S. championships, and these were the worst. So the idea was the top 3 players, for example, go to the interzonal. First and second, no problem. They were all decided. Everybody's happy. But then you had a 5-way tie for third. And normally speaking, who cares, right? Everybody gets their prize. But because of the one qualification, you suddenly had 5 players playing for one qualification spot.
Are they a bit ruthless, though? Sometimes they're like, well, we
they
can't
didn't
have
use
5.
The tiebreakers.
We can't have
forced
5.
You to play.
The person who had the lowest tiebreak got chucked out, and then
No, in those days, they used to have the time. They pretended like we have all the time in the world to break these ties. But you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do,
one playoff guy.
And on the topic of people having all the time in the world, my first serious coach used to play in these tournaments in the old Soviet Union, which lasted for like a month and a half. So
right.
Like the special days set out for adjournments, and also like rest days every 2 rounds and what have you. And those resulted in people enjoying themselves. I think. Judging by the stories, I never played in any of those, but from the stories, people would take the opportunity to really kind of fly.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, there you go. Bring us up to date.
That was a nice euphemism.
Bring us up to date.
It's a family show. What can I do?
Very nice. Very nice.
Just to conclude with our conversation about the stats in the first round and decisive games, having watched what we just watched, any betting man out there, bet on the 8th round being by far the most decisive.
Exactly, now.
Because if we're so wrong about round 1,
Right.
I think it's logical to conclude we will also be completely wrong about round 8.
Right. But I really felt, Peter, that we were so close on this one. I mean, we were really not even close. Leinier seems to have gone into a bit of a tank after Rook F6.
They get 30 minutes for the rest of the game. He's down to 20. He made the time control and he's down to below 20. There's still a 30-second increment. None of this is a problem. And of course, there's a huge safety net of just simply the fact that he's a pawn up in rook ending.
Right.
So he's trying to establish whether there's like any winning chances anywhere at all, and probably coming up empty because it just doesn't seem like there's any good defense against rook g6.
So, for example, King b2. Let's go. King b2.
Rook g6.
Rook g6. And I come to the same pathway that you did, Jovi. I wanted to go with the rook trade and but c4, and we just get the same.
It's the same position. Yeah, we've been here. It's fine. Like you can try running the king upwards,
but king f5, just as you prescribed.
Rook f4 is a draw. I can also play g5 and pretend, but like all of this is very much pretending. But importantly, rook f4 is a draw.
Also a draw.
What happened? Can you run for the d6 pawn? In maybe not in this king pawn ending.
Now we lost.
No.
Now we lost.
But rook d3.
Rook d3 or something.
King.
I even have king e5. It says it's a draw, so we haven't actually left the equilibrium yet.
Yeah.
I can start pushing my own pawns. Like I will even be perhaps abandoning d6 and play rook f3, picking up on b3. So.
Gotcha.
No, black is really. It feels like despite black being a pawn down, you can't even say you're worse here with black. The moment you realize just how strong rook g6 is against whatever Leinier might play. I'm wondering what happens if we drop the rook
back.
But then after rook g6, it doesn't really help us very much.
Oh, d5 is hanging.
d5 is also hanging. Yeah,
right.
It's three of them.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to take
two.
and play rook g2 check, but then the idea was after king f6, rook g4. But rook d5, thank you very much.
So just to put it on the board, that was also my idea, to sort of replenish the rook on g4. Yeah,
indeed.
We can swing the opposite. Yeah, but then. It's still a draw, but you start thinking, okay, this king is much more centralized.
Why did I do that?
Yeah. We're definitely not playing for a win here anymore.
Agreed. Ouch.
Yeah, and is it possible to? I have an idea, and it involves either c3, king b2, it's just something like that. But the whole idea is that you jettison the f pawn at this point.
You go like f5 check to preserve h4.
I want to preserve h4. That one's a lot more critical.
Yeah, let's say, let's see if, like rook f3, king c4, king f5, and you're not going to be making very much progress with the king being so active, and also like I keep an eye on the b3 pawn. It just doesn't feel like we're going to be achieving very much here.
Somehow maybe the king needs to be on a3.
Right, but you're not getting there.
I'm not getting there, am I?
Right?
No.
That's the annoying part.
Not really, no.
Darn it.
So it's understandable that he's spending all this time because it feels a bit unfair that you can't even find... The problem is we're struggling to name an idea. Yeah, we would like a question to ask. I like to phrase it like that. You would like to find a question to ask Fabi to solve.
Right.
But so far we're coming up very short on questions.
Exactly. Yeah, the answers are there, but where's the question? It's very surprising that we're a pawn up and we're not able to put a little bit of a challenge in front of Fabi in this exact moment, as the clock keeps ticking.
Yeah, the clock is ticking, and one thing to also note, that the players are not allowed to offer draws.
That's right.
At all. So, yeah, rook g6, powerful threat.
Coming up empty with ideas myself. Again, our king on b1, if it was, easy to go to e3, if we could go king e3, rook e4, and rook e6, we could figure out a way of putting some pressure on black's position. The problem is with the king on b1, these pawns are really just simply too weak. And as soon as we get rid of the rook on g4, thanks to the trade rook g6, the pawns just fall. h4, f4, or d5. And you can't maintain them. You just can't. Well, as we're wind down today's broadcast, let's take a peek at what we can expect tomorrow. Jovi, do the honors. What do you have for us?
Look at this. These are some great matchups. As always, Nepomniachtchi will play Leinier Dominguez. Jan-Krzysztof Duda faces Richard Rapport. Wesley So against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, whereas Caruana faces off against his countrymate Levon Aronian, and Alireza Firouzja takes on my pick of the tournament, Anish Giri.
Just because of the whole Wesley So, Firouzja, Anish, Giri's fight for the ELO spot, the rating for the candidates, you kind of somehow, you gravitate towards the Firouzja-Giri game, just because so much is on the line.
Exactly.
Not just in the Sinquefield Cup. This is the ratings to watch and what we're talking about.
Yeah, and you see that there are 2 candidates spots available, which will be decided on January the 1st. The first one is by rating. The highest person with the live rating will get into the candidates, and so far Firouzja is winning that race 27-62. Giri is not far behind, 27-54, and neither is Wesley So. And we were also talking to Var Akobian, and he was saying that Leinier Dominguez also has an outside shot of getting a spot into the candidates via the rating.
And he was explaining to us that this game, should Leinier win the game, which now is looking increasingly unlikely, that would really boost his chances. Again, Fabi is not looking to qualify by rating, but Fabi has already qualified thanks to his result in the World Cup in Baku. So he's not in that contest. But that fight for the rating spot, Peter, that has always been of great interest to the world of chess.
Yeah, and it's easy to follow as well, because the FIDE circuit is a new thing, and I think a lot of people aren't as familiar with exactly how the points are calculated. Perhaps even the players who are in contention are.
Me too, by the way. So, raise my hand.
But live rating these days, you can follow day by day. There are websites which will tell you exactly where people stand on the live rating ranking. And yeah, Leinier is just off screen there, a kind of a dark horse, because if he has a very good tournament, he is perfectly capable of having a very good tournament here. He's as we've established, undefeated in Sinquefield Cups over the years, and he could, in particular, if Alireza for some reason has a poor tournament, it could become very, very exciting.
Exactly.
And we're talking about the FIDE circuit. We see there that, as you mentioned there, Peter, Fabiano Caruana is actually in the clear lead in the FIDE circuit, but he's already got a spot from qualifying in the World Cup.
Right.
But Anish Giri is in second place, and 5 points behind him it's Gukesh, and then behind him it's also Wesley So.
A shout out to the organizers in Toronto, by the way, because it's Toronto that is going to be the host in 2024 of the candidates. So it moved from Madrid, where it was previously held. It goes to Toronto. I think that's the first time Canada has hosted a FIDE candidates. You have to go back to St. John's, New Brunswick, where they had the candidates matches. I famously played with Jonathan Spillman, but there was many candidate matches, and including Kevin Spraggett played. That was really fun, but it's nice to have Canada hosting. And we do have a move or not?
Yeah, we have a move, rook e4. So Leinier has just absolutely given up the d5 pawn.
If you want to take it, rook takes d5, rook to the 7th, rook to g6.
That seems logical.
Equal to me.
I have a feeling he is planning to play rook g5 here, trying to improve, sort of force black, or at least try to force black to trade on g5 to improve the pawn structure. I assume you can maybe even not trade for a while. But even this, once again, regrettably, just this followed by king g6, bringing the king up, and then we'll play rook d4, pick up the pawn on h4. This same position with the white king actually participating in the game would have been potentially quite dangerous for black. But with how far away from the action that king is, I don't really view this as a legitimate winning attempt. I think he just came to the correct conclusion that his position is just not better. And activating this rook on d4 was doing solely a defensive job. And at least you get it to a good square on e7, and perhaps Fabi decides it's threatening and does something else.
Is there a chance to go wrong? So, for instance, you know, your line, rook e4, I think if there's a very good chance that Fabi will capture that pawn on d5, and after rook e7, rook g6, rook g5. I was wondering, I mean,
even starting from here, if you're really unhappy about allowing rook e7, this move is fine. Because d5 is hanging, the only way to protect it is to go back.
Oh my God.
And then we can go rook f6 and kind of wink, wink. Not, you know.
No draw offers, Peter.
Nudge, nudge.
I learned something. When you want to repeat the position 3 times, it's very important that you make eye contact with your opponent.
Yes,
absolutely.
Engage.
Engage, and then you're like, are you on the same page as me? And then you...
Yeah, Fabi, no winking or nudging going on there. And he goes rook g5 immediately, which is something we haven't really considered, but I don't know if that changes very much. Although now rook takes g5 will also lose a tempo because the rook will get attacked, so I guess we do something else. Rook df5 looks normal, rook ff5 also looks normal.
Right.
Both of those moves appear to be completely
perfectly
fine.
legit, yeah.
Choose whichever one you... I mean, I guess rook ff5 is simpler because in case of rook e7, we just transpose to exactly the line we were discussing. We're just taking from f5, not from g6. And what else are you even doing here if you're not playing rook e7? King c1?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll play g6. I mean,
at a certain moment, I mean, I'm going to have to play c4 and king c2 just to get my king into the game, as I don't want to leave it forever on b1. Sorry,
no, I was going to say... it's actually very difficult to come up with a plan. Rook e7 is the only thing that I see.
Exactly.
Let's ask the question, if we actually take on g5 here, are we much worse?
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. No.
H takes, we go rook f5, we go d6, d5, we start bringing the king over.
But maybe don't take with the...
And if you do this, we come here, and king g6 is, even king g6 is fine. You can also play rook d1 for now, to keep an eye on all of our...
on b2 is in such a box that he's not playing a role.
That's true, but you're giving white some chances. So the first thing that I'm looking at is rook to e7.
Rook to e7. King to g6. I thought that
rook d4 becomes a topic, and it's just...
At a certain moment, you bail. You go h5, and you
But he's gone rook df5, which is also very, very understandable. My one worry was allowing rook e7, but once again, arguably this is maybe an improvement because the pawn on h4 is more vulnerable. You can even do something like this here and just counterplay, enough counterplay.
Yeah, rook f5, that's...
I was also wondering, can you be extremely cheeky and just allow rook takes g7?
You probably can. Yeah, I think it's a good shout. I'm pretty sure in this position we're not losing even if we like...
That's rude. That's just rude.
I know.
You give me my one thing,
we're now at touch wars. Like this isn't as clean as everything else we've been showing, but it's still a draw.
Wow,
still a draw.
You know, I remember an annotation that Alexander Alekhine made about his games and his best games. It's a 2-volume book, and there was this annotation where he was thinking, and it suddenly occurred to him that his opponent had laid a trap for Alekhine. And Alekhine looked at the trap and said, you know, if I fall for the trap, that accelerates my victory. And, you know, you lay a trap and it accelerates the draw. And it's like, that didn't work out the way I was planning.
Very amusingly, I have recently seen on Twitter a very similar concept described as the Shankland rule.
The Shankland rule,
which apparently is maybe in one of his books, which is easiest to describe as what if we do it anyway? So
we blunder upon. What if we do it?
They attacked something, and they're trying to prevent a move of ours. What if we play it anyway?
Right.
And here, rook takes f4 would be a prime example. I think rook f7 maybe is actually the cleanest.
Yes.
Speaking about this position, rook f7, I assume Leinier will go after this one. We'll pick up the pawn on f4.
Cleaning.
It's important for us that b4 survives, but the pawn on b4 will survive. There's no way for white to pick it up, and h5, king h6, why are we supposed to be worse here?
Mm-hmm. I have a trick. I have a trick, Peter. Mm-hmm. Instead of h5, rook a4.
Yeah, you want to lose the game, yeah?
C4.
C4. Yeah, you're not going to lose the game.
You got a perpetual.
Yeah, I have an immediate perpetual. Also, I'm not worse.
I know. I understand. But I was going to win the pawn on b4. I mean, I was going to make it my duty. You might be in trouble, right, in that one? We have something happened.
Fabi took on g5, which we, as we've established, is also completely fine. It's gone rook f4 immediately without any rook f1, rook h1 shenanigans.
Okay.
Yeah, once again, illustrating the fact that h5, h6 is this massive, massive threat. h5, rook f5, we start actually winning some material. So yeah, we don't really have to worry about anything here with black. This is headed towards
very clean
peace.
Draw, peaceful signs dead ahead. And for those of you joining us late, we have had 4 draws, and the theme of the round is let's play bishops of opposite color position and prove to everyone that they are drawn. And that's what it's been, Jovi.
Absolutely. And our first opposite color bishop, that was from Richard Rapport and Nepomniachtchi. And then it was Wesley and Alireza Firouzja, and then Giri and Duda, and then finally Vachier-Lagrave and Levon Aronian. But these guys, Leinier, Dominguez and Fabiano-Caruana, it might be another draw, but it certainly wasn't one with opposite color bishops.
And it was one where I really felt that Leinier at a certain moment, Peter, if you just don't mind bringing up that moment where the queens were on the board, and it was, this opportunity for Leinier to go into a rook and pawn endgame, a pawn to the good. But at the time that the queens were on the board, it was a very attractive attack that he traded away.
Starting from somewhere around here, although it feels like the game is about to end, so we can maybe do that once they've shaken hands.
Yeah, h takes g7 was just on the board.
Fabi will take, Leinier will play rook e6, rook g6, rook e7, check. I suspect this is how it ends. Black is even a pawn up now. 0 winning chances, but clearly a tremendous
moral victory.
Yeah, a moral victory.
Is there no chance to kind of go after rook to e6, rook to d7?
Yeah, actually you can sort of play on, but it's not a hugely hopeful attempt, but...
but you're a pawn up.
Thank you.
I
mean, we live for these moments.
Exactly.
Since no handshake is forthcoming, perhaps we can discuss what Yasser was queuing up to discuss
Please do.
On our boards. So in this position on move 32, when queen e8 was played, there was a move queen h4, which we just started discussing but didn't really get around to. Queen g6 remains the only move. After gf, rook f5 remains the only move. Rook takes e4. And here black has probably to play rook takes d5, resulting in this endgame, which is probably okay, because after rook f8, black probably has enough counterplay. But that was definitely at least something to consider. But Leinier played a very natural move, queen h3, queen g6 only move, rook g2, queen h7 only move. And in this position, the choice was between the endgame that Leinier went for, which ended up, as we're seeing on our screens now, to being completely equal, and this move queen g3, after which you probably have to play rook e8. And the game goes into this phase where, because white has no real way of getting any of his rooks to the h-file, it becomes slower for a time. You play something like queen f2, black even has time to perhaps improve the situation on the queen side with b5, b4, just to establish some counter threats. And white has choices. You can continue trying to open the g-file, or you can play g5 and say, this is a horrendous piece, I want to try and make sure that it doesn't really come back into the game properly. And very difficult to assess positions. Like even g7, g6 apparently is playable, and white can now try playing h4, rook h3, h5. Black on the other flank can try playing b4, a4, b3. I think the engine begins by thinking this is maybe a better chance than what Leinier ended up doing. But then, as you can see, it actually drops down to very, very equal assessments if you let it run for a bit.
Percolate.
Yeah, and after queen h7, our first instinct was there has to be a way to at least make black suffer a little bit.
Right.
But
no suffering.
Seems like no suffering, no.
No. And the current position, Peter, if you bring up the exact moment.
Yeah.
Again, we know that Fabi has the pawn. But
Yeah,
this
Leinier played rook e1 immediately, rook g5, rook d1, d5, rook e1, and basically he is saying eventually I will attack the pawn on a6 and
force you to play d4
and make a draw.
And
Yeah. So what he's saying is he'll play rook e7 or rook e6 or something, and then rook a7, d4. Let's say even rook a6 check, and you end up in a position like this where
the rook is
the roles
be
the roles are sort of reversed.
reversed,
It
yeah.
is now black who has no way forward because his pieces will be preoccupied trying to keep these two guys alive with the king coming up to g3.
Just as you've prescribed it. It tickled your funny
I
bone?
don't know, it did. I was just thinking that's just karma, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, completely right there, Peter.
King c1.
Rook a.
No, rook to
Even rook d6, yeah, because Fabi
Rook-
somehow didn't get the king to e7 in time, so now we get a forced draw after rook d6.
So rook g4 to defend the d4 pawn. I will play rook d5, and I'll snip the a5 pawn.
Yeah, I think it's cleaner to perhaps the engine here goes rook g1, d1, and then meets rook takes a5. The eventual rook takes a5 with d3. So we eventually come on.
No, I think
not again.
No. I think the rook is on g5.
Yeah. So
you were trying.
So
yeah.
we do this.
Yes.
And
after
once this pawn falls, we go d3, c takes d3, and we can even throw in rook d2 check to make sure we're the first ones to attack a pawn in this position. It's not very important, but it's kind of a nice little
moral victory.
Yeah, moral victory there for black.
Right.
Yeah.
Rook g1 on the board.
King b2.
King b2. Well, Peter, you are the prophet here, predicting
Well,
the
it's
future.
my engine, but I'll take the credit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's from Elvis Presley. I mean, that was his signature line. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Noted. Okay, rook d5.
Yeah, king e6. I'm not sure what we're thinking about. Rook d2, king c1 would be... Whoa, interesting.
I have to refresh my board. I'm not exactly sure how I'm supposed to do that. I guess I just go clicking over here.
Yeah, double click on the small board.
And there it goes. Yep.
Yeah, so he played d3 and he will play king e6 here, which is... I'm a bit surprised by this because why are we asking ourselves to calculate all kinds of pawn endings? But
no, it's king e6, rook a5, rook d2 check once again.
Yes, but after in the current position, after king e6, white has...
Okay, so he's just played king e6.
Yeah, and rook a5 did happen.
Just played rook takes a5, and that's the key move, what you were saying, Peter, rook d2 check, winning the tempo.
I would hesitate to describe it like as a key move.
True. At this moment, there's probably like 15 first choices here.
Yeah, this is a b pawn as well, so it means that we can even lose it and go to the back rank, and that is still a draw.
Yeah.
Oh my. So now...
very nicely done by Leinier, just giving up on b3 to hasten the demise of this game.
Right. So we see Chris Bird, the arbiter, giving
That's
the players 60 moves.
Exactly. That's
score sheet.
I wanted to say that's actually quite ineffective from them because inefficient.
I was expecting rook a3 here.
The loss of paper.
Yeah.
The extra score
They should
sheet.
have found a way to end it before move 61 because this way they
And
have
well,
to fill in another.
Well,
players
they
are
are
gonna
accelerating
play
to
the bare kings.
Yes. Naked kings.
And there we have our fifth and final draw of the day. What a start to the
A strange start as we were so prepped. The enthusiasm we had for the 48% decisive victories, Jovi. We were all gung-ho and 5 draws. I think that's the commentator's curse. Peter.
I think that the man in the picture here with his back to the camera, he was very much on point. Chris Bird tweeted that the
chief arbiter
showing these stats on air when the round has just begun was the surest way to ensure to head us towards the 5 draws today.
Exactly. Well, that's
way
a guarantee.
to jinx us, he said.
Yeah, we got jinxed, no question about it.
But they were fighting chess. I mean, to be fair, the players all played exceptionally well. You know, we can point to several key moments. Say, for instance, in the Anish, Giri, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda game, you know, there was a lot of tactics there. Levon's game was particularly well played. And here, this one was a very fighting draw.
Yeah, no, the accuracy, again, of the players is just astounding. And even this game, I really did think that Leinier was going to be able to ask some questions in this rook and pawn endgame. I just had no idea that it was just going to be that easy. And it was that move rook f6 too, in particular, rook f6, rook g6. Peter, as you were pointing out, Fabi's just very good.
Until that moment, there were still, I think, ways to go wrong. But once he just landed rook f6
on the board,
instantly you felt, this is a man who has figured out exactly how to hold this position, and he will hold it. And hold it he did.
Very, very efficiently, no question about it. As the first round of the 2023 Sinquefield Cup goes into the books, 5 consecutive draws. We anticipate that one of the players, maybe both of the players, will come over and explain how they did it. But again, it's the accurate play of the players, Jovi, nothing to be done. If you don't make a mistake in chess, you're not going to lose. Exactly.
And the players, they're world class.
Yes.
You can expect them to play very precise chess. But a very entertaining start.
I do. We're going to actually change up because the players are actually in conversation. They're analyzing the game. We're going to let them analyze. Peter, do the honors. Close the show with us. Final thoughts, please.
We take some of the blame for the 5 draws.
We do.
Obviously, but it was a very, very nice round of chess. There was one slight non-event with Jan's game, really repeating an earlier Jan's game from this year. This one you can count as a quote-unquote grandmaster draw. The rest were really well played. They were hard fought. This particular game that we just finished watching was very exciting. There was a lot of stuff that was left sort of behind the curtain with things that they had to calculate precisely to land in that drawish rook ending that they landed in. Final standings will not surprise you, probably.
Not very exciting, but a 10-way tie for first, Jovi.
It is early days, guys. It is the standings after round 1, after a very peaceful, harmonious day.
Right.
But, tomorrow we are going to be seeing a lot more action on the boards as the players start to play.
Yeah. Well, Jovi, once again, thank you again. Your return to St. Louis has heralded great joy, and we love the studios, so it's great to have you.
I brought the weather, I brought the draws, and what more can one ask for?
Nothing. Thank you so much for joining us and spending time with us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for round 2 of the Sinquefield Cup. Same time, same place, same channel.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.